Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
Dear all, a very warm welcome to the fourth edition of Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Conclave and Excellence Awards 2024. The event is all set to once again recognize the dynamic young talent of Indian real estate and create a platform for deliberations among prominent industry professionals on some topical themes. And to do so, we have a fantastic lineup of eminent experts of the industry with us today. I'm Sapna Srivastava, editor Realty Plus, and let's begin the proceedings of the day with the auspicious Ganesh Mantra.
वक्रतुण्ड महाकाय सूर्यकोटि समप्रभ निर्विघ्नं कुरु मे देव सर्वकार्येषु सर्वदा.
On that positive note, let's take a look at the brief introduction of Realty Plus.
Some people are born to show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities, keeping the industry informed on the latest developments, innovating to inspire debates and discussions, bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders, honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
So this was a brief snippet of what Realty Plus does and what are our latest initiatives. To know us better, do get in touch with Ms. Tripti Kedia, publisher and business head, Realty Plus. Let me also inform you all, the event is being live streamed right now on the Realty Plus website, that is www.rprealtyplus.com, and on the Realty Plus LinkedIn page and Realty Plus Facebook page. Do remember to tag us and our speakers on our social media handles are RP Realty Plus on Facebook, Twitter, and RP_Realty on Instagram. So with that, let's begin the first panel discussion of the day on the topic Young Generation Shaping Indian Realty Trends. Well, we have our speakers joining us now. Let me now, first of all, introduce our first panel speakers. And first of all, the moderator of this session, Mr. Piyush Gupta, Managing Director, Capital Markets and Investment Services, India for Colliers. Piyush is responsible for developing capital markets business in India and is leading the client acquisition, developing institutional relationships with Indian and global funds, sovereign funds, banks, NBFCs, AIFs for capital marketed businesses. With over 2 decades of experience, Piyush is an industry veteran with proven expertise in real estate investments, asset management, exit strategy, deployment, and business development. So that is our moderator of the session. Let me introduce our speakers of this session. First of all, I welcome Vinitha Dalal, founder and managing partner at Mount K Capital and head of fundraising to Samjit Group. Vinitha Dalal oversees the fundraising and the development of the projects for the investee companies, and she has over 17 years of experience in the real estate finance and development fund management industry. She is also the co-convener of the CREDI Youth Wing and managing committee member, CREDI MCHI. Our next panel member, I introduce Mr. Mohit Malhotra, founder and CEO, Neolib. After 12 years with Godrej Properties and almost 6 years as Managing Director and CEO of Godrej Properties Limited, Mohit has embarked on entrepreneurial journey with formation of India's foremost residential real estate platform, Neolib. Mohit is known as transformational leader with ability to create and manage scale. Welcome, Mohit. And let me now introduce our next speaker, Parth Mehta, CMD and Chief Mentoring Officer, Paradigm Realty. Parth brings with him over 15 years of management expertise and leadership in the areas of real estate analysis, strategies, valuation, business development, fundraising, corporate sales, and investment with due diligence. He's a seasoned real estate entrepreneur with deal-making acumen in SRA and joint developments. Our next speaker is Pawan Sarda, Chief Growth Officer for the House of Abhinandan Lodha. And Pawan has, for the last 24 years, led integrated marketing and business across retail, housing, FMCG, and e-commerce. Currently, he's leading the growth at the House of Abhinandan Lodha with the mandate of growing the company multi-floored. The last land launch at Ayodhya in collaboration with Shri Amitabh Bachchan grew the quarter number by 4x. This is an extra information I wanted to share. So next speaker for this session, let me introduce Mr. Ram Raheja, Managing Director, S. Raheja Realty. He's the third generation developer from the family, bringing a modernized approach to the projects. And he has pursued architecture at the School of the Art Institute of Chicago and has worked with some of the many international architects and is leading S. Raheja Realty with his acumen. Our last and final speaker for this session, let me introduce Mr. Srinivasan Gopalan, Chairman, Aris Uniton Real Estate Solutions Private Limited, and he has more than 25 years of experience, of which over 15 years is in the real estate sector. In his various roles as CEO, COO, and CFO of leading real estate developers in Bangalore and Mumbai, Srinivasan has been at the forefront of leading the real estate development businesses across all asset classes. So this is our panel, and Piyush, let me now hand it over to you to take forward the proceedings.
Yeah, great. Thanks, Sapna, for the lovely introduction. And good afternoon, all. It's so good to see some very great friends on this panel. And with Lord, we have a great relation for many, many years. And I think it's going to be a great interaction over next, I think, so 1 hour. I think we have entrepreneurs, leaders who have kind of revolutionized in last few years across financing, development, redevelopment, land in various structures, service providers. So I think it's going to be a very, very great interaction. With this, maybe Binita, we will start with you. And Binita, remember we've been discussing something what you have already done in last 1 year for many many years that you want to kind of democratize or revolutionize the entire investment structures, right? And with Mount K Capital, I think so you've already done it. So I think it'll be very great to hear your journey experience of starting this, and it's going to be great to hear from all perspective.
Thank you so much, Piyush, and very, very kind words. Must say they're only friends on this panel more than anything else. And yes, we've been discussing it for the longest that, the way people look at real estate as a sector and investors look at real estate as a sector needs to kind of change. And that's what we built with Mount K. But I think my journey is I think, a little different. I started off largely in operations, did construction, did a township in Virar with Chandresh Bhai under his guidance and worked on the plans and so on and so forth when I joined. Went through Lehman crisis, and that's when I realized how money is very important for a business like real estate, being heavy capex. And since then, I've only been working on building strong partnerships and building structures where I think all of you guys have contributed to our journey in making them different, and largely value creation structures for making it a win-win. And after our last partnership where Keppel came into the group, and the value that we underwent at that point in time in terms of learnings, in terms of structuring, in terms of partnerships, wanted to kind of grow that in a scale, and that's how we built Mount K. Very happy to see how we've kind of built it. In fact, today was the first project Bhumi Pujan, so I've just come from there, and we've gone on road and we've started off well. Already 50% of the fund is committed. Balance fund should be committed by end of this financial year. And I think it's going to be a journey for us as a group where we are getting into not just construction and development fund as a business, but also in round 2 going to take it national and kind of, partner with third-party developers and build a platform so that investors get the opportunity to come directly into projects and be with great parties and great counterparties.
Thanks, Binita, for this. Mohit, would be great to hear your thoughts. After a great successful journey with Godrej Properties and now starting entrepreneur New Live you have set up in last over 12 months. How's been your experience, and what would like to kind of tell the audience about this journey?
Thanks, Piyush. I think it's been an amazing journey. The idea after Godrej Properties was to start up a fund business. And when I saw the fund businesses in India, I saw, a huge gap, especially having been on the developer side and seeing how important it is to control the development. When I conceptualized New Live, we set up both the fund business and also a development arm, which will develop on behalf of our funds. And as Binita was highlighting, the idea is to create win-win structures and give opportunity for investors to enjoy the development returns, which typically developers make in the project. Investors typically enter real estate by buying flats. Here, there's an opportunity to come at land stage and enjoy the entire developer margin. So that's the idea. We had a very successful partnership. So New Live entered into a partnership with 361. They came in as a strategic investor in our company and also helped raise our capital. So we've already done our first close and are actively now, doing deals in the market.
Yeah, and I think there's a follow on, Mohit, and maybe even Binita, you can also add on. I think this innovation of the structures and forming the platform, developer, investor, and kind of the development profits going to the investors. Was this or is this the need of the hour, where investors want to participate in the overall development profit, and hence we are kind of evolving these structures?
I'll ask Neeta to first answer maybe.
I think Piyush, very valid question. And I think what Mohit said, we're kind of trying to revolutionize that slightly differently. Capital in this industry has always been an issue. And for the longest, especially after Lehman, when we've kind of uh, grown from strength to strength as an industry in terms of compliances, in terms of regulation. So let me just address the elephant out in the room and say that, what, people have genuinely not had a great run in terms of investments in real estate in the past, and people have not had great runs with some investments and some structures. What I'm going to kind of cover what Mount K is doing and how it's different. So what Mount K is doing is basically allowing an investor to come in and partner on 10 different assets instead of just buying one asset or one part of a pie with a developer in a single structure. This is a pure equity platform where, because the equity investment is happening and the person is joining in at equity stage or land stage or acquisition stage, the value creation for the investor and the developer at that stage is immense. So I don't think you can put a price to it of, I think, sharing of profits or so on and so forth. I think every risk needs its right reward. And if you can structure it well, where a person hedges his risk across 10 different assets in just one, so that you're in different, I would say, life cycles of an asset and different micro markets, you're able to build value with that 1 rupee multifold for him across 10 assets. People have generally shied away from equity partnerships or equity investments in this sector. And regulation across the last 6 years after ILFS has got tightened even more. There are very few players who are there to come in and work with developers on the land stage or equity stage because of the fact that banks have stayed away in a very big way. NBFCs, HFCs are getting tightened in regulation, and very recently RBI has further put out a regulation where even construction funding is going to get expensive because they want to put in a 5% provisioning for anyone who's for any under construction asset, which would kind of take prices up by 1.5% on an average. And this is a discussion paper. So I think capital for this sector is always going to be tighter, will get expensive with time. I don't think it's a situation where someone is paying more, but someone is giving you value by putting their money in it, and you're giving them value by helping them through the journey of earning their return. So I think it's a win-win. I wouldn't really put a number to this equity investment or value, but yes, equity is going to get expensive with time, and capital is going to get more scarce for this sector. So that's how we are looking at it as far as we are concerned.
Thanks.
Hi guys,
Hi, Ram.
how's it going?
Good. Thanks, Ram. Mohit, you would want to add on anything to what Vinita mentioned?
Yeah, our context was slightly different. See, I was setting up a new venture, and for me, the idea, it was a kind of a clean slate to begin with. I think having seen the success which we had in Godrej Properties and the kind of returns we generate as a developer, most of the investors have participated in real estate through the public markets. The private market investments in real estate haven't been very successful, as Vinita highlighted in her comments. And frankly speaking, from 2006 onwards, very limited positive returns have been generated by the sector. After analyzing the entire past performance and what happened, the biggest learning was that you need to control your own developments, and that's where the New Live came in. Idea is again, Piyush, to provide the returns which we as developers make and pass it on to the end investors. I think there is a significant opportunity there, and the kind of returns which we generate through equity in real estate is something we have to now demonstrate is possible through the private equity route as well. But I think once we demonstrate that the capital requirement in this business is immense, and the potential is immense. So that's the whole idea, to democratize in a way. Even the smallest investor can invest a crore of rupee and come into the whole development play, the land play. Because otherwise, if you have to invest in land, I don't think an individual investor can invest in land. The ticket size is upwards of 50, 100 odd crores. So even a smallest retail investor can now participate at the land stage and enjoy the whole returns which developers make. So that's the whole novel concept. The only difference in our case is that we very, very specifically want to retain control, and are not going to give money to third-party developers.
Okay, yeah, got it. Thanks, Mohit. Maybe we have more some views now on the pure development side. Maybe Parth, I may request you to come in, and I think in last few years, the entire, the slum rehab or the redevelopment, space, you've been really growing, and how you see this opportunity and what has been your overall thought as an entrepreneur to grow this part of the business.
Yeah. Hi, Piyush, and hi, everyone. I think lots of friends and ex-colleagues are also here on the panel. So it's always good to catch up with all. So yes, what we felt as an organization and our experience been, I'll break up into two parts, Paradigm 1.0 and 2.0. 1.0, pre-NBFC crisis, COVID and all, a thinly equitized structure used to work. Putting some money on table and relying on totally on sales and advances or private debt was a norm. Not having a sound financial closure, but ho jayega, things will be done, sales will happen, collection will happen, live in a kind of a way in which erstwhile legacy-wise everything used to work in that manner. Now, in the 2.0 era, where we see things that we need to be well capitalized, we've understood that we are not doing a relay race. It's like a marathon race where today, as an organization, we have a team of 300 people. We always talk there, my God, why do we need so many people? Why can't we go low on team bandwidth and strength? But we realize that every domain needs so much of monitoring and micromanaging, whether it is approval, vacating the site, whether it is getting sales done, collections done, having a right design team in place, etc., etc. In that, we realize that it is now totally a well-oiled capital structure and a well-oiled machinery in terms of talent, which has to come in together to do scalable development in Mumbai. Unfortunately, we are not in an area like Bangalore or maybe a Dubai or something where you get your approvals day one and you don't need to worry. You can just go boom, 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 just construct. Every day you come to an office with a new challenge that today I hope you can win through the wind and somewhere just juggle it out. So I feel at the development side, while everything is looking good, macros are in place, this decade looks very, very strong to us. But it has become a play only and only for compliant players, people who understand the importance of financial closure, understanding a balance of if a project is not completed in 3 years or 3.5 years, whatever time you start across, or larger projects, slightly larger time, you don't make any money in the business. Your inefficiency was paying earlier. Now it's not paying. So I think we've, in my journey, I can say specifically the first decade where we, out of 8 projects, 7 projects, we didn't make money. So I can give all the words of wisdom that how you don't make money. But now the 2.0 version, we are trying to put in efforts that we do well in the market, not just reach the finishing line, but it has to tally up with the balance sheet as well. Yeah.
Okay. Thanks, Parth. Ram, maybe maybe request you to give your thoughts. And you have primarily focused on premium upmarket redevelopment projects, and I think that you are the go-to guys for certain set of redevelopment. How are you kind of positioned your business in the evolving scenario, and what are the kind of areas you see for the future growth?
So, first of all, good afternoon, everyone. Nice to see all the known and existing and all our faces that we've been friends for so many years. And also hello to all the people who have not interacted much with. So it's a very interesting time that we're in, building a little bit on what Parth said, the pre-COVID decade, so to say, with all the stuff that happened, was a completely different era and a different type of business that was going on, versus now with even the consumer having a very different mindset when they look at real estate, especially when it comes to luxury real estate. Something that we focus on and something that I can more throw better light on versus any other part of real estate. So the consumer today drives everything. The product, if you do not do your correct R&D and understand what the consumer requirement is for each micro market, you're not going to be able to deliver a successful project. Of course, delivering on time, cycles of 3 years, the things that Parth said, go hand in glove with, irrespective of what type of development. Is it luxury? It is affordable, whether it's mid-income. That is a standard norm. But the differentiator I feel in luxury is the product. It has to be a very, the product is very, very critical and crucial. You can't build anything anywhere. Every area, every micro market is very, very different, especially in the Mumbai MMR region. What is working in one area can 99.9% doesn't work in the other. It's no one size fits all kind of a concept. Forget area. What is working in one lane doesn't work in another lane. Neighborhoods is a different ball game altogether. So even within this neighborhood, Khar, Bandra, Santa Cruz, Juhu, everything we're doing, every neighborhood has a different requirement, different ticket price, different set of things that is required. So you have to actually truly go into the depth of what that location or that plot requires. And having said that, people in luxury today are moving, and as you must have seen also the wave where suddenly there was, as Parth said, the 2.0 and the 1.0. 1.0, our neighborhood, which is the predominantly in the H West ward, had 5 or 6 buildings under construction. There were 6 buildings under construction in entire H West ward pre-COVID, the year 2019. If someone can take out the stat right now, I don't know what the number is, but it's easily crossed 100. From a market, forget the entire H West. I'll say between Bandra to Santa Cruz, which is literally not even few kilometer radius, there were 5 under construction. We were doing 2 at that point. Having said that, we're also doing over 10, but the overall market from 5 has gone to 100 plus. So there is suddenly this surge of developers entering and trying to do different work. It's great. It's a phenomenal upswing that's happened. Having said that, we have to be very, very, very careful of what we are building, where we are building, because you don't want to go back to that same places where you have all this stock lying and no one's there to buy.
Yeah, absolutely, Ram. And you rightly mentioned that every second lane between Juhu and Bandra is up for redevelopment. Every lane has 3 developments going on, right? But I think maybe this, Ram and Parth, both to you, right? Does this worry with so much of supply, kind of coming in, one is price increase or not, but even the absorption, there's too much of supply. Is it a worry?
Let me take that first. I'll get to
Yes, sure.
So A plus will go higher and higher. B and C will go lower and lower. I'm very, very clear. If you understand what the location requires and the kind of product that you're making, because A plus is a very, very limited supply in this in these areas, especially in, I think, most of MMR. Every neighborhood you can calculate and say, well, these are the A plus projects, not the A plus developers, A plus projects. So because the product is king at the end of it, right? Even if you're a first-time developer who wants to come in and make a name for himself and compete with the best developers, it's definitely possible. So having said that, what I'm trying to say is that supply-demand ratio is not going to be dependent on excess supply coming in. It's just the what product you're making. If you are ready to build that A plus product in a market which is required for that location, you're not going to lose money because the consumption is different. The requirement to buy real estate is at an all-time high and will continue for definitely the coming years.
Yeah, Parth. Yeah, you may want to add.
Piyush, adding what Ram mentioned, I'll break your first question into again 2 parts. One is, while so many projects are being picked up left, right, center, like you go in one lane, every 2 weeks you'll see a new patra there. I mean, you don't see plots without a patra. You'll see, oh my God, this is the old building. It becomes a history. My God, it's like a monument if it's not gone. Now, in this, I have a slightly different belief: is how many plots people have taken as developers and how many they're able to turn around and break the ground. There are two very different things. Signing a project and ability to start construction on the site with a financial closure or being compliant to RERA deadlines are two very different ballgames. So while a lot of projects have been taken up, I am a believer not more than 50 to 60% are going to see daylight, because again, it's going to be dependent on how the financial closure works out. Two, currently the projects are being taken where markets are good and there is a stock market euphoria and there is a positive sentiment. But the moment I believe a little bit correction in the market or political uncertainty this year comes, you'll not see so many plots seeing daylight. That is my strong belief. And two, we've witnessed at our level also a lot of developers who've taken projects, they've coming to us for joint ventures or to start collaborating and take it ahead, because people understand that only relying on sales or cash flow by virtue of advances is not going to help them complete the project. One. Now, second part to it, like what Ram mentioned, is of course location, product, and the speed of construction is by far the first three pillars that's going to drive you to ensure that you complete the project by getting better sales. But I've realized everything has become locality specific also. Now, if you see, like we are into spectrum of 1 crore rupees also and upwards of 25 crores also, where majority we are between 1 and 4 crores. What we realized is people don't want to leave specific areas. Now, if you take a certain location of Bandra or in a Kandivali or in a Andheri, certain belts command a astronomical higher arbitrage in terms of sale price that is coming out, because people don't want to move one lane also. They don't want to move a community also. Today, I heard in one of the projects in Oberoi, Garden City, in the Garden City in Goregaon, there's deals happened at 75-80,000 rupees carpet also. Now, if you realize a Goregaon 80,000 is not a market, there is an adjoining building which is not maybe selling at 30,000 also. So there is a huge disparity in terms of product, community, and the overall preferences of a buyer. So I feel while the supply is going to come, a AAA location and a AAA well-planned product is going to have a premium for sure. And there will always be a velocity that that product is going to attract. While people, if they're getting into even a B plus or B minus products or location, I feel those projects will really have some liquidity starvation to complete on time.
Thanks.
I'm just going to add here, Piyush. If you remember, in 2018-19, we constantly said there are about 365 buildings who've come up in Bandra Khas, Santa Cruz for redevelopment, and what's going to happen to the market and so on and so forth. But everything said and done, whether it's stock market or whether it's our current government or the geopolitical issue, we've done great as a country and we've done great as a market, especially the MMR. If you look at Delhi market, you look at Bangalore market, Hyderabad market, they have all been phenomenal in terms of performance and in terms of recovery. Will this good times continue? It will continue. What Parth said in terms of the fact that people may not be able to launch the assets, I think what's going to really shape these assets or these new patras in every bylane coming up is the acquisition price at which people are taking on projects. It is not even funny where people's underwritings have gone today. It's amazing, and sometimes even I keep wondering that how is someone going to deliver an asset? But just because they want an asset, they go and underwrite it at such an amazing value and give the landowners a great deal. But eventually, from underwriting to actually going to market and then the first realization and then taking it there on and all, there is a sea of change in the way the asset performs. And from now on, even if there's a 10 to 15% correction, everyone's underwriting is going to really and drastically change. So honestly, the key for whether these assets which are getting acquired year on in peak, I would say, pricing is going to be the underwriting matrix of the developer, and honestly, whether that underwriting will culminate to the product actually being built. That's genuinely going to be the definition for it. But honestly, the way I see geopolitical matters as well as interest towards India, there is going to always be a demand side which is going to absorb whatever comes into the market. Whether you take a 1 crore product today or you take a 50 crore product today. In fact, you have more stats than all of us that on an average, a 100 crore product is selling 4 times than what it used to sell earlier.
Yeah, absolutely.
And that's something which is going to constantly drive a market. Whoever thought that Bangalore will sell 50 crore plots, but Bangalore is selling 50 crore plots today. So that's what it is. But honestly, what's going to define and create the differentiator and also propel further consolidation is going to be the availability of capital to all these projects.
Yeah, and absolutely, and I think all the right product in the right market, developed by right set of people with right structures, I think it's ultimately fulfilling people's aspirations, right? And there the aspiration is very strong. Hence, whether it's 100 buildings in BKS area or wherever, it's all getting absorbed because people are so aspirational. And same aspiration, maybe with this Pawan, we can get you in. And you all are actually fulfilling people's aspirations to buy land across which we had not seen ever in Indian real estate. So what has been the mantra and thought behind and how you've been able to do this?
Great. Thank you for inviting me, first of all, and a great panel. I'm already learning so much, right? I'm more of a marketing and sales person, but I think hearing all of you has been very enriching for me. Now, just coming from a land perspective, fundamentally, I think there are some assets, through generation has always had a great value from a consumer lens, right? Whether it's land, whether it's gold, some of these assets people have invested and they are not consumed just through a generation. It's consumed through multiple generations, right? So I think land has always been closest to Indians and at heart. I'm assuming it's across the globe. Why just India alone? Right. So I think what really worked for us is that making it accessible to begin with, because typically when you think of land, nobody thinks less than an acre in their mind, right? I mean, to begin with, right? So I think what as a company, what we did was just break that and say, you can buy land at square feet. For as a marketing person, as a consumer person, I can tell you that that was the biggest breaking the barrier from a consumer lens. I think that's what we did. Also, if you see from a consumer lens, like what are the key issues of land, right? As long as we are addressing it, we're all about bringing in transparency, bringing in security, some of these things which it really matters to consumer. And then how do you give that assurance has kind of worked for us. And I think thirdly, what we broke as a myth is that land is not about local market, right? A land can be bought anywhere by any customer at any point in time. I think that's what we broke. So somebody sitting in Delhi can buy land in Goa. Somebody sitting in New York can buy a land in let's say Ayodhya, and that's truly happened to us, right? I think breaking the barrier, making really Indian consumer at the globe level, making them our customers, and I think that's essentially has worked for us, if you ask me.
Okay, thanks, Pawan. Srini, you have seen the industry from, I think so, from the all the sides. You've done a full circle. Today you are a service provider. You're doing development management. You're a financer. You're managing supply chain, logistics. So, what is the mantra? What is the problem you try to solve?
Srini is all in one, like one-stop solution for everything in life. Even personal problems, you should go to him.
Oh, I didn't know that.
So first of all, good afternoon, all of you. And Piyush, first of all, thank you for inviting me. That remotely also you thought I could be under 40, right? So that's thanks to Trupti, Sapna, and thanks for inviting me. I think a great panel and very young panel that makes me feel younger. So I ensure that I wear a t-shirt and I look a little younger. So coming to the journey, I think I entered real estate along with Layman. Right. So Layman and I go together. Then, so last few years has been great. And the problem that I try to solve is I have seen the pain that a developer goes through. I have always been a professional, though I have been as a CEO, CFO on the driving seat. What a promoter goes through when he gives this personal guarantee and when he signs those papers, right? I think it's amazing. I would not sleep for one night, whether it is a 10 crore loan and these guys go up to 5,000, 6,000, 10,000 crores, always being optimistic, right? So I thought I should be that cycle stand to them, saying that we will be together with you. And we said there are always three requirements for a developer. First is money, 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 always there. And management. I think skill sets in this industry is not very great. I think not many professionals would still want to join as a professional. Some of the professionals have entered and become developer like Parth. I remember Parth. I can say I've seen Parth in half pant, right? He has grown under working with me, and I'm very happy to share the stage with you, Parth. So what we do is we are a service provider to a developer that we try and solve every problem. First is we try and analyze your balance sheet to see whether we are in the right place and find out solutions. And once we find solutions, we don't leave it there just by giving a report. We actually have our own execution team. We have our own sales team. So we strengthen the operations of the company. From our own balance sheet, we provide what you call materials to developers, because many times there are so many cash mismatches, right? You need a 5 crore, तेरे को आज 10 truck चाहिए, so that you can put that slab up. And once you put that slab up, you collect around 20 crores or 30 crores, right? So what we thought was we will bridge that gap. And even for a product like steel, where you generally buy in advance, we actually give a 60 to 90-day credit so that you can fulfill your and complete your project on time. And of course, money, right? We have various sources from where we provide capital. One is we have a platform called Giraffe, where we have truly democratized people participating in real estate, that even with the 50,000 rupees, you can actually participate in an NCD of a developer. We have our own AIF, which is primarily concentrating only on land acquisition and plotted development and villas and farmlands. So these are areas where money availability is not very significant and there's no depth in this market. And then we have created our own network of family offices of around 250, 300 crores, which gives you that maverick buy. So for a developer, there are several problems other than just the location. Of course, he has to go through this entire thing, right? कभी-कभी उसका पेमेंट टाइम पे करने के लिए 24 घंटे के लिए 10 करोड़ चाहिए होता है, right? He just needs it for 24 hours. We provide that. He needs material half an hour prior to what it is required. We provide that, and we provide the entire management to implement it. So the problem that we are trying to solve is we want to be a friend of the developer and be with him throughout the thick and thin. Because I've seen most developers going through ups and downs, and hats off to all you promoters who are doing this.
Yeah, thanks, Srini. I think we all spoken about, I think, so a lot of innovation. Which I think so everyone has been trying to do. What is the question is, what is the next round of transformation or innovation which possibly we might like to see, or is likely the industry is likely to see in next 5 years time, across maybe marketing, prop tech, financing, even from a development standpoint, construction technology. I think you guys are the leaders, kind of driving the business to the next level, right? Across different domains. I think maybe we can just touch upon the innovation bit, from each one of you. Maybe, Srini, you can start.
Yeah. So Piyush, let me tell you where all I'm investing the money, right? That tells us what we want to do maybe 3 years down the line. One is we are investing heavily on technology, right? Technology in every aspect. So we have seen, prior to this, I used to run a chemistry-based company in a pharmaceutical department, right? What it used to do is you just put a molecule, and the software used to give us every method to manufacture that molecule, right? We are trying to put some innovation into, once you give a plot, what are all, and you define some of the parameters, because it's so regional. I mean, currently we are working on Bangalore market, it's an easier market. We don't have 33, 9, 10, 11, 14, 17 right? पार्थ को आप एक लैंड दोगे, उसमें 1 लाख भी बनाएगा, 10 लाख भी बनाएगा, right? So it's not like that in Bangalore. So you put some parameters into it and it provides you with all the designs, right? And generates the BOQ. So you cut down on your time and spend your time. A promoter should spend in time in identifying land and getting approvals. That's all. Everything else has to be done by professionals or can be outsourced. These two things cannot be outsourced. So that is one area where we are significantly putting our time, energy to operational to see what all we can bring in efficiency in design, efficiency in bringing operations and cutting costs. So this design algorithm also speaks about the construction methodology, because you don't want to do something which cannot be constructed or which does not meet the parameters of the sales price, etc. The other thing is obviously a CRM, where again on technology we are spending a lot of time. I also believe, Piyush, what is the next step in real estate is real, and that's the only asset class which is real apart from gold, is the service element. I think the more service element that you add, the more differentiator you could be. You look at the people today. My daughter has much more vision than I have. She's 24, right? That's because of the exposure that they get, the access to technology that they get, and also an open-mindedness that these guys have, right? They are willing to pay a little more. आज स्विगी के लिए I think twice. मैं बोलता हूँ यार 50 रुपए डिलीवरी के लिए देना है क्या? But for convenience, these guys are ready to pay, and these are the people who are going to buy your house. Right? The more technology that you put in, the more services you put in, and the more convenient you make it for them, I think will get a premium. And apart from, of course, you need to be a good developer, deliver on time. These are just going to be the criteria for even being a developer. So I think service element and technology, these two are going to be significantly important for us to concentrate on.
Sure. Thanks, Srini. Parth, any thoughts from your side on what transformation you're seeing in the industry?
Yes, first of all, thanks for the kind words, Srini. I've been under your wings, and we've seen an organization from 40 people to 400 people, and debt levels from 400 to maybe 12,000 crores. We've seen it all. I mean, together, we've traveled the journey, and I was very happy to be under your wings. And of course, Ram and Benita, Ram being my childhood friend, it's phenomenal the way he's come up in the redevelopment and the luxury side. And Benita, who's wings of my mentor and my elder brother Baman, and she ensures that he's afloat and flying always. Another one, Mohit, you've been an inspiration of how professionally you are able to drive a family-run business, and you really inspire a lot of youngsters like us. The way you had scaled up Godrej to where Godrej was, and of course now on your own as an entrepreneur. So of course it's a very interesting panel. On the innovation side, Piyush, I have a slight different view. Now, what is happening? I'll talk specific to the real estate development side. Now, one side, what has happened now? We kind of hand over about 800,000 homes a year. We've been feeling that whatever we try to do, customer is never happy. He always wants dil mange more. I mean, you make a good product, you deliver on time, and today the problem is people who are delivering now, they are facing the problem. People who are delivering on time are facing the problem. And there may be smallest of things. For example, you deliver a home, your switchboard doesn't work, your flush doesn't work, one tile has got a crack, gym equipment doesn't work. Out of 400 flats, even if 2 flats have water coming inside, you made a bad building. I mean, for no fault of ours also. So I am slightly looking at it in a manner that if we want to be in a scalable model across the next decade, we'll have to create system processes and an infrastructure which kind of works in an autopilot, like a FMCG or a kind of a manufacturing market. So I feel that I read a very interesting thing of Mohammad Alabar of Imar. He said one thing that when we hand over an apartment and when there is a complaint, we have a process and an app and a system which there's no intervention required. In 48 hours, that addressal is over and you are done with it. Today, we have post-handover more than 50 people as an organization, as a post-handover team. And still there are inefficiencies in the system. So I feel one very big thing is making a good product and ensuring a product which remains good for a while to come is going to be a big challenge for which we'll have to create process systems where customer delinquencies, it may be the smallest of things, but it impacts the brand. And two, with social media and the way people have exposure towards all kind of apps, uh, the narrative that is put on the street now can be very misleading for an organization versus the real fact. So I feel how customer handover processes can be improved and product can be, that's one innovation that is required. Two, I'm a believer that, again, there are so many agencies and departments that we are dependent on, various contractors, suppliers, multiple level where construction is concerned. So where that is concerned, how we can standardize minimum intervention where agencies can work more well synchronized as a sequencing of activities is going to be very important. Because today we are running on such a tightrope. If windows don't reach a site on time, OC is delayed 6 months. A lift doesn't reach the site, OC is delayed 4 months. A vendor gets money, he uses the money to pay his bills for another project where a developer is not paying him, but he'll not deliver at my site. So we feel that like today you build a Toyota car, 1,000 cars come out exactly the same way the way they put in the factory. How we can build a system which can not be exactly like that model, but in a manner where the dependency, because unless the firefighting does not get out, you will never know the importance between priority versus pressure. All of us on this forum are only handling pressure. We are losing the sight of priority for the organization. So if we can all come together or maybe put some systems as individual organization level, where how the delinquencies can be reduced, interaction of engaging extra bandwidth, which is not giving remuneration or extra money to the organization, that can be reduced. I think if these things we are able to put in, we will have a growth which will be less tiresome, less exhaustive, and something which we will enjoy coming to office and going back home, not get burnt out in the process. That's my thought.
Yeah. I think you've got important points, Parth, whether it's on technology, process, and also on sustainability, because we are building assets and the assets has to last for a long period of time. I think this is more spoken more on the office real estate, but I think so the more important that because people live there, right? That the assets become more sustainable. Ram, your thoughts, on the maybe use of technology or transformation, and which would be our key things, possibly, kind of bothers you, from running the business perspective, and how you think, you would want to change that.
So, again, thanks for your kind words, Parth, and it's great to be on this panel with everyone. A lot of great insights. Going ahead, I feel two of very important points that both the previous speakers spoke about was systems and services. Creating proper systems, creating dashboards that actually work for you, like a well-oiled system, is going to be very critical for the future of scalability, right? If you're doing 1 or 2 buildings at a time, that's all fine, right? The minute you're growing in space and the minute you're doing more and more projects, creating systems is very critical. And if it's not done right, that can be the differentiator between getting something done at the right time. And as we all know, time is money. A project delivered in 3 years or 5 years, it's a 360-degree difference of the rate of return that you can make it. So getting things done with the right systems in place, I think is very important and critical for us. In coming to technology, using these dashboards, getting in people to actually create frameworks and getting the firewalls in place, because getting that entire system is great, but if it actually doesn't point out where you're missing out and what you need to actually correct to make sure that your deliveries don't change or whether you can reduce the delay is very important. So using technology is great, but to actually put that system in place to make sure that that technology affects your delivery is what the critical part is about.
Sure. Thanks, Ram. Mohit, I think we're talking all about residential, whether redevelopment or luxury. How you see other kind of products emerging in next few years time, and if at all kind of we kind of relate more to residential, something like a co-living or or a student housing, these kind of products have not grown as much as possibly the industry expected them to be. You think with residential boom which we are seeing and which is likely to continue, even the newer products also will see more traction in the coming years?
Thanks, Piyush. Yeah, first of all, it was very enlightening to hear the entire discussion and great learning for me as well. Um, See, I'm a big believer of residential asset class. So I believe that is the asset class which will be it is the 85% of the Indian real estate market and will continue to be the most dominant force. I think this words like co-living and these are uh, student housing. These are small areas which are coming up, but I don't think it is significant in India right now. This opportunity, I think. Um, Residential asset class is the key thing. I actually wanted to comment on the previous aspect on innovation. I was listening to Path and Ram and hearing them the challenges on scale and scaling up, etc. So I've actually seen when I joined Godrej Properties, we were a 400 crore company in terms of sales. When I left, we were 12,000 crores. Now I've started again from scratch. So seen the whole journey from being a very small company to a very large and starting again. Um, I think innovation in our industry would be about problem solving because most of the innovations come because somebody is trying to solve a problem and then the innovation happens. Uh, I feel at every point right now, there is an opportunity for innovation. Let's start with capital first because that's the starting point of real estate business. You need capital. Um, the structure which Neolib has come in is an innovation in capital structures. Um, I think there is a massive opportunity uh, for developers to actually form partnerships and work together because there are large companies like Godrej now and who are in a different league. But I always tell the colleagues which I meet that 1 plus 1 in our industry can actually become 11, and I think there's a huge opportunity to leverage everyone's strength. So I think the one innovation is how you look at capital. The other innovation is instead of doing everything on your own, can you leverage and work in partnerships? And of course, the whole element of what Srinivasan spoke about, the service element of real estate is something which people are underestimating. Because as you would start experiencing more and more consumers, you will realize what really is the level of complexity and difficulty we are entering. Uh, so I think the innovation, Piyush, is a huge opportunity, and I think it's all about shifting the mindset and being open to new ideas, and then
Sure.
the whole thing changes. But as answering your question, I'm uh, wholly focusing on residential, and that is the business one I really believe in.
Sure. Thanks, Mohit. Pawan, your thoughts, because you've been the overall marketing and sales, and I think that is one area where we continue to see maximum innovation on the prop tech side. So how are you seeing this evolution?
Yeah, in my head there are two things, right? Especially if I look at from a land business, and I'm sure it's going to be true even for real estate per se. There is a lot of investment part which goes in while a consumer buys it, right? Because apart from the end use, there is a large part of investment which a consumer thinks. So in my mind is going to be that how do we extend that and create more participation in the industry, right? Especially at the land side, I can tell you that for the younger customers especially, can you become like a mutual fund, right, for them? And how do you create that, and how does one participate in this like the way mutual fund has been created. It's just a thought, but I think therefore I think technology plays a big role in terms of how do you bring that, how do you create that access. I think there's a lot of work which can be done around it. Therefore, typically, at least in the land business, why should anybody think that it should be a second or a third investment? Why not a first investment? I think that's one big question which we are trying to address, and maybe we will do it. That's one part. The other is also about this is a business where I feel that I always say we are in this dream, business of selling dreams, right? So how do you bring that dream into reality from a consumer point of view, and how do you showcase that to the consumer, right? And there is a lot of work already happening. So once again, how does technology bring that across for a consumer? Before paying that price, one needs to see it, right? I think we take a lot of help in terms of bringing it across at various level, but what could be the closest to reality, which is vision into reality? How does that translate? I think that's another thing which I continuously think over it, and how do we bring that across? I think these are the two parts from my side which can happen at a very industry level.
Thanks, Pawan. Binita, you've been part of, I think, a lot of, innovations, whether on financing, development, and you've been actively involved on the prop tech side with Credai. What's your take on the areas of innovation which industry is likely to see?
So very valid point, Piyush. And I think when Baman Uncle took over as the Credai president, the one thing that he said is that the only unknown that's going to hit us in this sector is going to be the tech wave. And that's been the mindset and thought with which we've kind of, as an industry, as well as on the family side, we've kind of gone ahead and we've also co-founded a prop tech fund. So today we are a developer. We run a fund management business, which is in first round working towards Rustomji projects. We're about 50% committed, and balance 50% will be committed, and about $100 million ESG impact fund. But we also went ahead and created a full-fledged prop tech fund, which is another $100 million, in which we are working with founders and tech companies who are genuinely, when I see them today and I see the way tech is changing the way we do our business, we're doing a virtual conference. We have a full system in terms of apps for our customers to go and use our projects once they get delivered. Very soon you will see people who are doing micromanagement of sites and construction, including material management online. So tech is genuinely changing the way we do it. India and tech in India, the impact is hardly 3%. Globally, a Burj Khalifa was built in 5 years. We struggled to do a 15-story building in that much time nowadays. The biggest change, which is going to change the way this industry works, apart from marketing, like it was covered, apart from design, apart from sustainability, is the way we construct. We haven't yet seen precast, prefab come in and take over the way we construct in terms of reduction of timelines. And we haven't really seen fully created homes coming and getting assembled on site. But that is going to change construction in a very large way and change tech in a very large way. So that's something that's there. But trust me, the tech that is there. So there are about 3,500 prop tech companies in the country today. And only 1,200 of them have got funded or are kind of growing the business. There is still that much depth available for tech to take over the sector and change the way we do our business. As developers, we really don't see the challenges that are coming our way, and we don't really realize how to solve our problems because we love the mundane. We love the fact that someone comes with a problem every morning and he craps on our table and we kind of get in our full Superman mode and solve it. Because we feel that's the value add that we're doing to our business by being a problem solver and doing that on a daily basis. We did a small little conference for the Credai Youth Wing, okay? And we had a gaming expert called Vishal Gondal, who's the founder of Goki, come and talk to us about ChatGPT and how ChatGPT works. In 5 minutes, he designed a project for a micro market, including a DCR of that micro market, created a brand for that project, the logo for the project, the elevation of that project, a brochure of that project, all using ChatGPT. In 5 minutes, he kind of showed developers who sit day in and day out with marketing guys, with architects, with licensing architects, how to use tech to make your life better. And believe me, the designs, the elevation, the way the building looked, the brochure, the logo of the building was really great. And after that, a lot of we don't really know how much and how to use the tech that's available around us, but it's changing, and I see all of this changing with times to come. In fact, when you do this conference again in a year or two's time, you will see so much change that tech has done to this sector that it's going to be remarkable.
Yeah. And
Piyush, on the innovation side, on the development side, one point I forgot to add, which is very important for us to pick our minds and work around it. Srini will relate to this even more. Today, what has happened with the boom in real estate industry, we all are not privy to good grade A quality contractors, quality material suppliers, quality workmanship laborers, and quality bandwidth that is required to deliver and turn around a project. Sale is not a problem. Availability of capital is not a problem. Today, intent is not a problem to do a great building. No, I don't think any developer who's today's market doing business has an intent to make a weak product. But the biggest problem is to get grade A quality in terms of availability of support teams. Now, if innovation, what we are talking, if we can work in a way where across pan India there is so much of boom in real estate, if some kind of technology can come in where we are not aware of the quality providing contractors and material suppliers. We only work with our purchase guys, work with the 10 people who have their comfort they have with. The contractors are only those 5 contractors who do multiple sites for us. We are not having an exposure only to what's happening beyond that. And with so many sites today, for example, if Ram has bandwidth of 5 projects, he's working on 10. I have bandwidth of 4 projects, I'm working on 8. So if today we are scaling up with our own bandwidth, we don't have the same support from quality construction teams. Now, if something can come up where good guys who are potent driven, the way we are so driven, you can call so under 40 entrepreneurs or professionals, there are so many whom we are not aware of, are people who are having that kind of expertise, know-how, bandwidth, capability, but they're not getting an exposure or a platform. If that kind of Alibaba or Amazon kind of platform can be created, well, look, our 2 guys in purchase are sitting, our 2 guys in contract are sitting, an open tendering system is done, and the best guy gets the business. The work overall for the industry, the worthiness of the industry will improve, quality will improve, timelines will go up, and we'll be giving so much of, there will be more, not a consolidation at limited players, it will be kind of an open market in true sense. Yeah.
I think Parth, you got a very relevant and important point on the on the bandwidth, management bandwidth, right? I think an individual can maybe execute 4, 5, 7 projects at any given point of time. And real estate has always been a challenge to kind of attract talent, a good talent, right? Hence, but the entrepreneurs like all on this panel today are kind of driving this in industry to the next level, including you, Srini, with this under 40 conference.
Srini is the youngest on this panel, both at heart and in health. Trust me.
So I think in the last round of sorry.
I just want to add to your earlier question in terms of the alternate asset classes, whether you call co-living and so on and so forth. India as a market, like you know more than all of us, are the earnings on such asset in terms of a return or in terms of how most investors look at REITs and look at the return that you get on these investments. For residential, it's still a challenge with the interest rates being where they are. Your net earnings is always going to be negative for a residential asset. It's going into rental incomes. That needs to change largely, where investors' expectation has to be slightly different for this asset class to take up. But contrary to that, I must tell you that senior living, student housing, co-living, while we may not see that in a decade or so, will be an extremely large part of the residential sector, because the next gen which is coming in, apart from just being in homes, they are very, very open to such structures in their life, and education coming into the country in a big way is going to create huge homes and huge need for student housing in select parts of the country. So that will be a sector that will come up.
Yeah. So, thanks.
Piyush, just a last note on what Parth said.
Yeah.
So basically, resources and maneuvering the resources is key for a real estate company, and that's exactly what our company Ares Infra Ares Uniton does, right? So we have a tech platform through artificial intelligence Parth. You will know from where to buy, whom to buy, fastest to reach, and the best, and how is he performing with other developers as well. So that is a tech platform that we have built, and it's working. Last year, we did a turnover of around 750 crores. On the technical side, I mean, to get more good talent is one more service that Ares Uniton provides. So this is something which I'm sure, which is why I said that I'm a developer's delight. I mean, what our company, and this is something which we need to partner with more and more developers and see how this can be optimized.
Yeah. Thanks, Srini. And I think, since we have last few minutes, I think so. And only one last question, maybe, everyone can just take maybe 10 seconds to answer. How do we attract talent to this industry? How do we or encourage entrepreneurs, whether we talk about, people coming in, joining or becoming entrepreneurs to solve some part of the business? A quick, 10-second answer, I think that will be very helpful. Then we can take one last, a question from the audience. Srini, maybe you can start.
So I think transparency and corporate governance, right? I think when I was from the pharmaceutical industry and I got an offer from Bhatwa, I always had a feeling in mind कि developer बोला तो दाऊद है. I mean, this is the impression, right? So I think that has changed a lot. Obviously, it's changed a lot now. And with all these regulations coming in place, Piyush, I'm very sure that a lot of young people would want to come into this line and be an entrepreneur. I think the regulations is one key. Transparency will help people to actually come and play their game.
Sure. Thanks, Srini. Pawan?
Yeah, I kind of agree with Srini that I think just about bringing that transparency part to the ecosystem will definitely help bring in a lot of talent.
Sure. Thanks, Pawan. Ram, you would want to take a shot.
So we can glamorize it enough, however we want to make it, but it is very hard to get the right human resource in real estate. I totally agree that yes, we must have the whole transparency and we need to have those things, but to actually get the right professionals into this industry is, as developers, I feel incentivizing them to showing them where their future can go, be in from where they are today, and the kind of ladder that you can actually grow into. Because at the end of it, today's youth, if you may call it, or the person joining, they want to basically grow at a very fast pace. They has to be glamorous, has to be fast, and yet can't take away my work-life balance. That doesn't exist in our industry as much as we try. It doesn't exist. So I feel the people who would be interested in this is creating a lot of value addition for people who join you as a group.
Sure. Thanks, Ram. Parth, so I think is there a point of creating a right financial alignment with the team, or getting more talent or good talent?
So I'll tell you, when people come for interview in our organization, I tell them generally one kid's birth takes 9 months, but whoever is coming for interview, they want 9 kids in 1 month. So everybody has a 20-20 approach, and no, I'm not saying have a test match approach, but at least have a 50 over approach. So while Ram said attracting talent, retaining talent, and keeping them motivated, that they are not dead bodies sitting in the office, is a big challenge. I can promise you that. Two is, I think a lot is going to narrow down to the skill set of the management, that what is the 3-year, 5-year plan that the management can put in. Talking 10 years, 20 years doesn't make sense. 3 and 5-year plan, that how that person can grow intellectually as a hierarchy, and in terms of financial success, what is his roadmap, and expectation clarity is going to be very important, because we feel that people today are somewhere just getting cluttered in the KRA and the KPA process, and they lose the sight of the what is expected out of that role. So I think it's going to be a big challenge to get the right bandwidth. But yes, we all have to work towards improving ourselves first, so we can attract better people.
Sure.
And of course, yeah, whatever we promise to the employee, we should also give. I think
Yes.
that is one more thing. That is one way. I have been a victim on that side, so I think that's very important.
I second you. I second you there.
Yeah. Mohit, your thoughts? And since Mohit, I know with Godrej Properties and had created some of the great structures. So your thoughts on kind of getting the right alignment and getting the best talent?
I think first of all at an industry level, then at a company level. So I've worked in HLL, I worked in Atikani, then joined real estate. I can tell you from experience that it is the most exciting industry you can work in as a professional. So really, from a quality of work, it is one of the best sectors to work for any MBA or any professional or engineer. I think the key challenges in the industry, which as an industry we need to solve, is corporate governance, because for professional that is very, very important. The second element is culture. That is again extremely important for professionals when they work together. So I think these are the two aspects which at an industry level and then at a company level. I think financial incentives are more than sufficiently there in the industry. It's a highly profitable industry. And of course, the rewards are pretty commensurate for everyone. But I think culture and governance are really critical, Piyush.
Okay. Thanks, Mohit. Binita, your last word on this?
I think everything has been covered, but I'll just say this. We had a conference where we had Saoji Bhai Dholakia come and talk to us of Hari Krishna. Okay.
Yeah.
And he said that the only way in which you can keep talent, grow talent, and build them is A, if you make them part of a larger family. B, if you give them a piece of the pie in terms of ownership. And third is to ensure that you take care of everything that an employee needs from the minute he steps into your office to the minute he goes back home, including his family. I think somewhere that needs to get imbibed more in the culture, more in the structures, and more in the mindset of developers. Today, everyone is a Superman and everyone is interested in running the business themselves. It takes a lot for someone to kind of go ahead and allow decision making and pass it down and do that. It's easy for me to say it also, but trust me, everyone on this panel will face it somewhere, and it doesn't happen. When you want to get professionals and get talent, you need to have the mindset to empower them and allow them to take those funds. And you need to find a distinction between what you will do and what they will do. Otherwise, everyone will go. No one will stay for long. And this was told to me by GIC. So that's why I'm just going to repeat and quote them. This is what the world needs.
No. Absolutely, Vinita. I think so. Our discussion today actually can go on. Very free-flowing and very enriching discussion, but we are completely run out of time. Sapna, I'm not sure we have any time for questions, but thanks everyone once again. I think it's been a great session. Sapna, over to you.
Yeah, it was, at one point of time, it looked like I was listening to a family conversation rather than a panel discussion. So, and, one thing, everyone touched upon, all aspects of real estate, and in the last also about how for new generation of professionals also. One thing, one question that is there is about the new generation of customers, how they are influencing real estate. As we all know, the population is getting younger and the customers demography is getting younger for real estate. So one sentence from everyone, how the new generation of customers are influencing real estate. Srini, going with you. You are the youngest in the panel, so.
Yeah, so I think, so Sapna, I think the more our customers are going to be the younger generation. So IoT is going to be something which it's going to be a part of real estate. No longer technology is going to be an add-on. So anything that you help them sitting in one place and getting all the things in one place is something which they will be looking at. Sustainability. I think the younger generation is very, very responsible as far as these things are concerned. Plus, again, there will be nuclear families. So maybe again, in a sustainable basis, it would be smaller homes that will be coming. You need to be rich with amenities. Social media, you need to ensure that you protect yourself from the social media. Do good things so people talk good about you. And a lot of plug and play homes will come into fashion,
Okay.
because the
Okay.
younger generation definitely does not want to do the hard work of doing the interiors.
Okay.
So these are
Okay.
some of the thoughts that I have. Yeah.
Sustainability, technology, plug and play, homes and small homes is what Srinivasan say. That is how the new generation of customers is looking at. Vinitha, your view, one sentence, how new generation of customer is looking
The
at.
next gen is definitely driving the way homes are being built, right? From, additional meeting room spaces to Zoom rooms to all of that tech-driven homes, ease of living. From ease of doing business, we are going into ease of living, where upfront you're able to bring it together. But a very large driver is communities. Nuclear
Okay.
families are being built, and that's why you have lots of community needs. So any strong community in a building is going to attract a great customer profile. And the next gen is only looking at getting into buildings which are communities. Shini, even we are hungry,
Okay.
yaar, humko bhi bhejo. But that apart, I think community building
Sorry,
and
guys.
homes where you have people coming together is a very important driver for it, because as much as the family bond used to be there between joint families and multiple families, the next gen is more about friends and is more
Okay.
about friends becoming families. So
Okay.
you won't be shocked where you will see a group of friends coming together and wanting to live in the same building, because that's where they want to kind of grow all together. So that's what's
Okay.
driving
Yes.
a lot of home buying as well.
So amenities and communities is what Vinitha is saying. Piyush, your one sentence answer for this, how new generation of customer is impacting.
I think in last 3 years or so, we have seen the aspirations of next generation really changing. So I think the sticking to their aspirations, with transparency and quality, I think this is what I think is need of the hour.
Okay, aspiration, quality, and is what Piyush is saying. Is what the new customer is looking at. Parth, what has been your experience for the new age customers?
Hi, Sapna. So I feel, yes, holistic living, how all the all the needs and requirement that one has can be met in the community or in within the close purview is going to be an impactful decision making for choosing a right product. Two, uh, developers build stocks what is sold in the last 2 years. You cannot be known by your recent success. Rather than building what is sold in the last 2 years, COVID taught us how one bed, two bed was important, and then suddenly luxury boom happened pre-COVID post. So the agility towards understanding what is the need of the local micro market where you're building, rather than you're trying to build what has been good sales numbers for the last 2 years, is going to be a very big differentiator to ensure that you attract the right youth to buy your product.
Right.
Yeah.
Right. Agility and understanding your customer as per the micro market that you plan to be
So
in.
it is like Virat Kohli. Last 2 centuries, he's made 100 centuries, but if last two matches he does not score well, he doesn't know how to play cricket. It's simple.
Okay, that's a good example, of course. Mohit, what do you have to add to that?
Yeah, I think the expectation levels will be much higher, especially, people have been quite accepting about the things going wrong and very happy to get the houses as long as they're delivered. The new generation expectations are very different, both from product and service perspective.
Okay, so living up to the expectations, that's right. I think the young generation has a lot of expectations. Pawan, what do you have to say? How you are observing this new generation of customers?
Yeah, I think kind of I agree with the idea of community living. I think this generation is just not about having I think that was at least my generation. I know a lot of you are younger, but it's like having a roof is not enough, right? Having an idea in the community in which you are living, I think that's the obviously, because as a country there is so much of change which has happened, right? We have progressed as a country. So I think community living with an idea, right? Whether it's sustainability, whether it's green living, whether whatever it could be, But I think that's the thing which the young generation needs.
That's right. The new customer, they want more. It's just not the home anymore. I think what's
Absolutely.
around it is also matters to them. Ram, your last words. What is your observation?
So for a younger generation of a customer, I think service is one of the most critical elements. Providing customization, providing that one step more than what anybody else is doing or what they would expect for. Flexible spaces. Plans can't be rigid; they have to be flexible, as what the earlier panelists were saying. Today it's this, tomorrow it's that. I don't want to be stuck to something. I should be able to evolve. So creating flexibility in your product and creating another level of service, whether it's interior design service, whether it is a build service, whether it is a housekeeping service, there has to be a lot of service driven to your real estate.
Right. As everyone said, then they want more. So service is also another thing that they want more, and flexibility within their plan. Smart homes is what they are looking at. So fantastic panel. Now, after this panel, everyone is invited to Srinivasan's home for a quick lunch. So
Thank you.
So thank you so much, everyone, for being here, part of
Thank
this
you, Shamna.
session.
Thank you, everyone. Nice talking to you all.
And sharing your views. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you,
so much.
everyone.
guys.
Thank you so much.
Bye.
So this was one very interesting panel where we talked about everything about real estate, about customers and the developers, how they are looking at. One aspect that they all spoke about was also about the new segments that are coming in the real estate. So our next very exciting session of the day is on this very topic of Indian real estate promising sunrise sectors. So let me introduce our next panel and the eminent speakers of this panel. First of all, I introduce the moderator of this session, Mr. Alok Kumar Puri, Associate Executive Director, Head, Business Development, CRM and New Initiatives, Consulting and Valuations India at CBRE. He has over 19 years of experience in this domain across different asset classes, highlighted above, in the subcontinent, and he has worked across a wide spectrum of clients, including BFSI segment, investment banks, private equity, distressed funds, developers, corporate houses, government bodies, landowners, and operators across all emerging asset classes. So a fantastic profile for our moderator of this session. Now, let me introduce the speakers in an alphabetical order, and let me first of all introduce Abhilash Pasupulethi, Senior Vice President, Asset Management at Indospace Capital Advisors Private Limited. Abhilash oversees performance of 3 development funds and a core vehicle with total investments of over $3 billion USD, and is responsible for driving portfolio strategy, operations, property valuations, monitoring, and optimizing asset performance. And he has more than 16 years of experience in the real estate industry. Next panel member is Adarsh Narhari, Managing Director, Primus Senior Living, and he's a pioneer in conceptualizing and creating luxury communities for seniors in India. He's also the chairman for Association of Senior Living in India. He's the managing partner for Rewild Retreats that specializes in gated communities of managed uber luxurious farmhouses, and his other businesses include land banking and aggregation, as well as development of residential and office spaces. Our next panel member, Samudra Gupta Talukdar, founder and CEO Relata, is visionary sales guy with an intimate understanding of sales across industries, across the international markets, and an impressive grasp of technology and its use. Samudra leads market strategy, sales, client servicing, and operations functions at Relata. Next panel member, let me introduce Shantam Mehra, founder Tribe Stays. He was formerly a financial analyst with Gulf Oil and sales analyst with Credico Salesforce UK, and his experience of inhabiting few of the top student accommodation and co-living spaces across Europe, along with his relevant technical understanding, has paved way for the development of India's best student accommodation brand, Tribe Stays. Next panel member is Shireen Bhatia, Country Head, Business Solutions, CRM, and Marcom Embassy Services Private Limited. And Shireen comes with 2 decades of experience, and she is at Embassy responsible to explore new business opportunities, increase the geographical footprint, and establish presence across various sectors to grow the ESPL portfolio. Next panel member, let me introduce Shesh Paplikar, founder and CEO, Beehive Group. Shesh has been instrumental to building Beehive Workspace and Beehive Capital. And Beehive Workspace is India's leading managed office space provider with 27 plus centers and footprint of over 1.8 million square feet spread across Bengaluru and Mumbai. So this is our eminent panel, and let me now hand it over to the moderator of the session, Alok, all yours.
Thank you, Sapna, for a very nice and warm round of introduction for all the panelists. Good afternoon, everyone, and welcome to the insightful panel discussion on Indian real estate, promising sunrise sectors, emerging themes covering senior living, managed accommodation, flexible spaces, warehousing, and PropTech. These sectors represent not just the evolution of real estate in response to demographic shifts and lifestyle changes, but also an opportunity for innovation and sustainable development. As we delve into these promising sunrise sectors, we will explore how each one is uniquely positioned to meet specific needs within the Indian context. Senior living, for an example, is emerging as a significant sector due to India's rising aging population trends. Managed accommodation, on the other hand, appeals to the younger demographic, millennials and Gen Z, who prioritize flexibility, affordability, and community living over owning assets. Lastly, flexible spaces, which include co-working environments, are reshaping where and how we work, driven by technological changes and advancements and changing corporate cultures. Today, we have a panel of distinguished experts across these sunrise sectors to share their valuable insights and perspectives on these asset classes. The session would focus on current trends, technological changes, as well as challenges and opportunities that lie ahead. With that, I would like to throw open the panel discussion, starting with you, Adarsh. This question is divided into three parts, so I'll just highlight all the three parts together. What is the senior living market in India currently like? What factors define a successful senior living project in India today? And what kind of services are provided as part of these projects which end up being successful? Over to you, Adarsh.
Hey, good afternoon, everyone. So, guys, we have been given the sleep panel. So I hope the people at the other end of the screen, are awake and we can keep them engaged. Thank you, Alok, for moderating this session. Alok, in a nutshell, if you look at the way India is getting nuclearized, right? If I asked you, what do you think is the nuclearization rate of India today, as in how many families live nuclear, what would your answer be, Alok?
I mean, in terms of the total population?
Yeah, total population.
About at least 20-25% plus?
Right. So it's at 16% today, 1/6, right?
Right.
It's an all-time low. And actually, urban India is a little higher, funnily, right? Urban India is at about 35%. So if you look at it year on year, this is changing by anywhere between 5 to 7%. And this is the large factor that drives people to look at senior living. Because we have this misconception that old people want to be taken care of. That's the first biggest misconception. The thing that an elderly values the most is their sense of independence and their sense of agency, right? And communities like ours promote that. It makes them feel like they're not dependent on anybody. That is both emotionally and financially, right? So that is the real difference. And if you have to put a demand number on that, of course, you guys came out with the report recently. JLL did a bunch of reports. So more or less, the formal demand is at 4 lakh units. And the current supply in India is about 20,000 units. So there's a lot of catching up, for people like us to do. Let me move on to the second part of your question. You were asking about what are the success factors that make a community.
That's correct.
So senior living, the first thing is senior living is not real estate. The real estate piece is probably the least important piece. The job of the house is just to make sure that a person doesn't fall down, and also to create common spaces where people can come and spend time and interact with each other, right? That is pretty much, and also to be able to manage health through sensors. I would say these are the three buckets under which the house plays a role. But the larger role starts, after the occupancy. Right? So people who understand why folks age faster, people who are able to adapt some of the concepts of a blue zone. For example, we have a proactive healthcare plan, right? We don't wait for things to go wrong with our residents. We run a very detailed care plan wherein on a monthly basis, quarterly basis, annual basis, we do a bunch of tests around the medical care side, and we do a bunch of tests around physiotherapy. And then we have a health score, and we map people to this health score. So we keep people active longer. It's about giving quality of life. Whether you like it or not, quantity of life we are all getting. The only question that remains to be answered is, are we going to be connected to tubes and on a bed, or are we going to be jumping and walking around, right? So that's essentially what we are doing, right? So the quality of the person giving the care is the most important decision-making factor when it comes to a retirement home. The physical infrastructure stops playing a role, after a certain while. And there was another question, I think I may have missed that.
So it was on the kind of, amenities and services that are being provided as part of these projects that are getting planned.
Right. So like I told you, from an amenity point of view, the common areas is actually the house. The house is the bedroom. Think of it like that. Because a senior living project is an intersection between a hotel, a hospital, and a home. So we have like 33% of each. So we take pieces of each of that, right? So a high quality medical center with a full-time doctor, nurses, physiotherapist is something that is needed. A full-time F&B play, it's again, very desired, because a lot of Indian women want to stop cooking, right? The guy retires and he's sending WhatsApp and watching TV. But what happens to the women of the house, right? So they want to retire from cooking and cleaning too. The other amenities would be around a games room, a large multi-purpose hall, or multiple multi-purpose halls, because people like to get together in large groups and in small groups. And that's really the heart of the community, right? Like if you have read the book Guy, like purpose solves for aging, community solves for aging. So things like that. So the additional things beyond a typical residential project would be larger common spaces, a medical center, a restaurant, a kitchen. The rest of it is similar to whatever you would find in a typical development. But we'd also have a concierge team and a event management team.
Great. No, Adarsh, in fact, just to reiterate, I think like you rightly said, given some stats, India's penetration on senior living is less than 1%.
Yeah.
When you look at more established economies like the UK at 11% or US and Australia at 6% plus, like you said, there is a huge headroom for growth, for this sector in India as times unfold. But thank you on that feedback, and we'll move over to Shesh and bring in a completely different perspective on the flexible workspace side. So Shesh, what according to you are the factors of growth for flex in India? And when I say this, I also say this at the background of the fact that India's first IPO on the flex side is on the anvil. So, there is a lot of interest which is there in the market around this. What is your view on the demand potential of this segment over the next 3 to 5 years?
Hey, hi, Alok. Hi, everyone. It's nice to be on the panel. So I think looks like interesting discussion that's going to happen, which has already begun with. I have a lot of learning from what others were saying, definitely. So in terms of flex leasing, basically the factors that is driving, I would say, I've been in this, November, in fact, we will be completing 10 years, Beehive, and our growth has been a lot more post-pandemic. We have almost grown like 20 times after pandemic. So one of the things that has happened with us. I would say, but I've been seeing this from last 10 years. And if I would concisely put it, when this flexible leasing industry started, right, we keep referring to the term co-working, but I think co-working is a smaller segment of the flexible leasing industry.
That's correct.
It has evolved into flexible leasing, right?
Correct.
So that's still a hangover, the co-working word. So basically 10 years back when Beehive started, it was in a very early stage and startups were like the early adopters. So a lot of our location choices were also like around startups, because startups, of course, they had the more uncertainty, right? How much space can we take? And, there were a lot of infra issues. No, you can't really just go and open in a garage in India, right? In US, you open in a garage, but power is not going to go, internet still be working, everything is fine. It's not the case in India. So I think, so startups really needed something at a low cost, something that actually works, right? So that's how the whole industry started. It has evolved a lot. and it has become much bigger, wherein I think managed office started becoming a trend. I would say 2016, 2017, 18 started off, but pandemic really accelerated the situation. I would say what has contributed is, it basically like the way Uber and Ola have become also very common, right? I give this example to people. A lot of times the media industry used to have their own drivers and cars. Now they no longer do that. They tell their journalists, you can go and pick up, take your Uber, etc. Right? So the similar thought process has now come into many people. Office is an infrastructure that you need, but that is not the core business for most people. They need a place where you really see, right? You're hiring employees, and you need a space where they can be productive. How far is it from their home? Commute is how much? Can I really afford as a company to give that? A lot of these factors kind of come in, and the pandemic challenged the thought process to people to rethink the whole process. Previously, people were like, "Bhai, lease chal raha hai, renew karte jate hai bas." Now it started challenging, and I think there's a first time ever that even the decision makers were challenged in a hybrid environment. How far is it from office? Home kahan pe hai? Can you give multiple locations? This completely accelerated, and larger companies have started thinking this in flexible lines. And in my view, the builders, right, who are developers, honestly, they are better off giving. See, they may want to do LRD, they may have taken loan, etc. They want to think long term, give it to somebody, get their cash flow sorted. On the other extreme, you have these companies that need those flexibility. I need to do 1 year, I need to do 3 years. I may want to move around. See, it's the operator, like an operating system that can fill that gap, right? A builder, you can't expect a developer. See, developer has to focus on their cash flows to be sorted so that they can continue their own development process. I think we have come in between really well, because the needs have become dynamic, and developer cannot do that. Only an operators can really give that flexibility, and I think that has really exploded, and the growth rate has been amazing. Like I said, Beehive itself, in fact, we have grown like 20x since pandemic. So there is a lot of growth.
No, and what's your view, Shesh? How do you see this industry? I mean, some stats for you. I think as of 2023 end, the flex market, at least in the tier 1 cities, was broadly about 60 million. And, add to that another 5 to 6 million in the tier 2 markets, by end of 23. Where do we go from here in the next 3 to 5 is, just want to hear your thoughts around that.
See, what I really see is that the momentum is going to continue. So lucky, one thing is that all of us are lucky that Indian economy is doing well. I'm generally somebody who's quite positive of Indian economy over the next 10 years. With that assumption, the economy will continue to grow. There will be more demand for the office space in the larger sense, right? So there are two things here. See, one is when there is demand for office space, overall office space industry is growing, and we are a smaller segment within that. Flexible leasing is a smaller segment within that. I do expect that Indian economy is going to do well, and the demand for flexible leasing, it's kind of projected to grow like maybe like 35-40% annually. Like next few years, we can definitely see that. And also a lot of renewals that are coming. Somebody might have been holding a large space, 10 years lock-in. When they come for renewal, a lot of them are like, hey, they're not blindly renewing it. They are like, hey, should I really renew, or should I go from large space to smaller office and then give satellite offices in flexible leasing? That process is coming. So every renewal of traditional leasing is being questioned, whether should you do flexible or should you continue with traditional method. I think 35-40% plus growth is definitely like, it's just been happening, and I think the momentum is just there. Unless something radical goes, something goes wrong, like war or something, it should really grow.
Great. No, thanks, Shesh, on that feedback. And, with that, I'll move on to another exciting segment, the part of the managed accommodation space. So Shantam, over to you. Again, and this is related to the consumer psyche, right? So how have consumer preferences in the managed accommodation sector changed in recent years, right? Especially with evolving demographics and lifestyle shift. What adaptations and design changes are necessary to keep track of this new demand that is coming to the market? Your thoughts?
Wonderful. Firstly, thanks so much, Alok, for having us on here. I think it's an absolute wonderful panel that we have. Yourself and CBRE have been wonderful in getting us all together for this discussion on the future and where trends are moving and things like that. So yeah, getting straight to your question, I'll keep things interesting with like the trends and the way the consumer market is moving is very interesting, because we target specifically both millennial and Gen Z market, right? So that is right from, I would encapsulate about an 18 to 40 age group. So all my conversation perspective is from the 18 to 40. I'm sorry, I think someone has to be muted, I think, if they don't mind. Yeah, shall I continue, Alok?
Sorry, please continue, Shantam. Sorry, apologies. Yeah.
Yeah, no, absolutely no worries. So yeah, so my perspective is always, targeted towards the 18 to 40 age group, and that's where I think real estate is moving. Even the previous panel discussion was, it ended on this note of how the millennials and the new generations look at real estate. So the trend is definitely towards premium and luxury, right? And now it's very important for us to understand that premium and luxury is a mindset, right? It's not a physical product, what we're talking about. And the first thing when you talk about luxury, the first thing when we talk about luxury is the fact that when something is customized for you, right? So when we look at Indian real estate, as opposed to the Western and slightly more mature markets, you have segmentation for markets, right? For every single industry that you look at, whether it's your tech, your phones, your fashion, cars, automobiles, are all segmented to an age group, right? Real estate, unfortunately, in India till today or till few years ago, wasn't really segmented towards a market segment or a target market, right? Whether you're a student, whether you're a young working professional, whether you're a couple, a young family, a family with 2 or 3 kids, or then moving forward to the elder side of what even Primus is doing. All of these till today have been, catered to with your 1, 2, and 3 BHK, and you have to sort of figure out your way within this sort of segment of real estate. Now, when we talk about premium, it is firstly that real estate has to be segmented to your market demographic. What is it that your market wants? India being the youngest population in the world, there is no specific segmented real estate that has been created for this, the largest part of your population. And that's where I think co-living and student housing comes in. And again, when we talk about the premiumness or luxuriness of student housing or co-living, it is nothing to do with Italian marble or your Lotto sanitary ware or any of that sort. That's not what someone wants of this demographic. What people require is service, right? Premium service is what puts us into the premium category of co-living and things like that. So, I mean, obviously, like in the previous discussions, people were talking that houses are getting smaller and things like that. So, the kind of demographic that we're targeting, 18 to 40, they don't require a 2 BHK or a 3 BHK with a massive kitchen and things like that. If top quality food is being provided within the premises, they don't require the kitchen within the apartment. If hotel space or overnight guest rooms are being provided within the facility, they don't require the extra room and pay rent for that. So that's not what is required. What is required is the service quality. That has to be premium. And that is what people are willing to pay for. Like recently, I was seeing an article where the number one selling phone in India is the iPhone 15 Pro Max. So first that it is the most premium brand that is there. Within that, it is the most premium offering. It's a 1 lakh rupees plus phone. So the fact that people are willing to pay, but if the value is derived from that and the service is provided to them. So we do things right up to the fact that there is an online portal and an online platform that we have where you can get connected with concierge services that we provide. So right from the fact that when you land, you can just update the concierge service, your cab is booked, right up to the fact that you can have a sandwich waiting for you within the room if you're landing at like a 1 a.m., 2 a.m., whatever it is. That is a premium service. That is what someone is willing to pay for. Your food, laundry, housekeeping, the design aspects are all being provided all across the spectrum. But this is what changes someone, and this is why the demographic will pay. And then again, like I think Vanita was talking about in the previous panel discussion, where ROIs are not hitting the mark in residential and stuff like that. And this is where we come in and we're showing like right through the roof in terms of ROI, because people are willing to pay over and above what is already existing.
Sure. So, Shantam, I think, the inherent opportunity is pretty evident, right? India has the largest number of higher education institutes globally, I think almost 10 times that of US. Yeah. And if you look at the student accommodation and enrollment numbers to the beds provided, this is 20% is serviced in the organized market. So I think from an opportunity perspective, even if I'm talking about just the student housing segment, the opportunity looks immense. And like you rightly said, by catering to the premium end of the market, if the ROIs and the math stacks up, I think that's a good business case for operators to really focus on. But with that, Shantam, I'll move over to another very exciting sector, and it's been has been on the talk for many years now. So Abhilash, over to you, bringing in the perspective on the warehousing side. I mean, needless to say, demand in the warehousing sector has been growing pretty consistently and has gone up like almost 2 times in the last 5-6 years. Now, the question that people have is, will this growth momentum stay? What will be the drivers for demand from here on? So that's just the perspective we wanted to ask you, Abhilash. Over to you.
Hello, and it's great to be a part of the panel. It's also expanding the different types. So,
sorry,
so it's a great experience to be a part of it.
Yeah. Abhilash, your voice is breaking.
Okay.
I think we can move on to the next speaker, and we'll ask Abhilash
We'll
to
come
join
back.
once
Yeah, we'll
again.
come back to Abhilash. Samruddha, again, from your perspective, especially on the PropTech side, we just wanted to understand what are the primary challenges which are faced by the real estate developers in India's emerging markets, and how can that be addressed effectively? Your thoughts?
Thanks, Alok, and the Realty Plus team for having us here. It looks like an amazing panel. Now, let me just focus on the real estate segment. This industry and India market size is estimated at USD $330 billion in the year 2024, and is expected to reach $1.04 trillion by, say, 2029, which is growing at a CAGR of 25.6%. And this is being forecasted till 2029, and it's growing faster than ever. Now, Realty being a promoter-driven ecosystem, there are different challenges across the pyramids. So today, when I see a category A plus developer from Mumbai or Bangalore are facing different challenges compared to a growing real estate developer from Guwahati, facing different challenges. And these challenges are common across the pyramid, whether it is India, Dubai, or Dhaka. Now, the best example, let's talk about the pandemic. The whole globe, realty ecosystem came to halt, and the simple reason is like other industries, we never had a business continuity plan. So when I see across the pyramid, I will definitely define the challenges for the top of the developers, for the mid of the developers, and for the pyramid of the developers. Now, first, there is a common challenge across the group, and that is simple. So first is how to increase sales, how to collect the money faster. We all know financial institutions makes the most of the money in the whole real estate ecosystem. Now, so in this ecosystem, there are 4 Bs: the builder, the broker, and the banker. And all of them earns when a buyer ends up buying the property. And we have never focused a technology offering, which is a buyer optimized journey based solution, or in short, a customer experience solution. One more element I would like to bring today, the top of the pyramid, the biggest of the developers, is talking about different challenges, like with leads and conversions, productivity of teams, better customer experiences, services, data sets, growth, and scalability, and the brand and its surrounding systems, and whatever they want to build over it. And for a matter of fact, they use different technologies. Same with the moment I come to the mid of the pyramid, the mid of the pyramid is focusing on towards sustainability, and with an approach and a goal to become a large developer who can drive huge volume, also wanted to cut cost at the different segments. And when I see the bottom of the pyramid, now this is the one guy who rarely uses technology. WhatsApps and Excels are the tools which they have been playing a vital role in their lifestyle, and is nowhere aware of the latest trends and is trusting his conventional methods of doing businesses with pen and paper. Now, all these 3 guys, the solution is very simple and it's not very difficult. In last 1 decade, if you see, most of the developers at the top and the middle of the pyramid have invested in people and engaged in different processes. Some of them are proven and some are not. And they have managed to onboard some of different technologies. Well, the challenge today is that you need to have a good triangle between people, process, and technology. And some or the other way, when as Relata, we are going across different developers from north to south to east to west, we found that this triangle is not an equilateral one. So that's where the first focus has to come. So what we propose that the approaching and solving the problem statement is that you need to map your processes with right technology tools and deploy a hand-holding process to instill a confidence across the teams that will help team players to deliver better than ever. So in short, if I have to talk about it today, we need to focus on aligning our business goals with a process which is technologically driven and the people can easily adopt and grow along with it. That's the mantra I suppose we all need to follow at this point of time.
Fair, Samruddha. I think that point really underscores the growing need for technological intervention in the processes we are all, incorporating in times to come. But Shireen, moving on to you, and purely, I think you'll help us tie in the perspectives because I believe Embassy is already pretty active on the alternates theme. So you'll give us a larger perspective around, especially around sustainability. I mean, we would like to hear what are some of the best practices that real estate developers today can adopt to ensure environmental friendly and sustainable developments across India's sunrise sectors. So over to you. Shani, you're on mute. Yes, please.
Yeah. Thank you so much, Alok. It's indeed a pleasure being part of this panel discussion. When we talk sustainability, we are talking about future. And climate change risk is real and it is at the backyard. So definitely we should be talking more on sustainability. The first initiative what we can think about is encouraging green building certification. This is becoming the need of our, and we know going forward, it will be mandate to have green building certification with the proper data proofs for it. So when we think about that, when we encourage green building certification, we also help in ensuring that the proper sustainable practices are adhered to. So in our embassy, we take care of all the initiatives like green energy, by energy consumptions practices. Green energy, we have a 200 megawatt solar plant in Bellary next to Bangalore, where we provide green energy to our plants, our IT parks. And then we also can look at waste management in terms of segregation, recycling, and water conservation. So when we talk about water conservation, specifically, we should think about in landscaping, where we can use xeriscaping, which will help in reducing water consumption. Apart from this, we are practicing many practices like procurement sustainability and encouraging people to travel, in public transport, etc. But one thing which I would like to emphasize here is how do we get the occupiers and the employees in the building to be part of this program? It cannot be a part of only a sustainability department doing it or the maintenance team who's doing it. We need to encourage that there is a complete participation from each and every occupier or employee. So what we've done in Embassy is we've created a committee where different volunteers from different department volunteer in this committee. And then we have a weekly meeting where we have an ideation or where we have innovation solutioning for sustainable practices. We implement them and then we monitor them. Example is like in our front office, we have a monitor which monitors day-to-day indoor air quality. And we see to it that it is maintained at the right level. Most important is foods wastage, which we see in our cafeterias or canteens. Humongous food wastage. So how do we encourage people for behavioral aspects in terms of reducing food wastage? So these are certain things which we have taken at that organizational level. But if you look at our country and thinking about the diverse aspect of landscape and urban environment, how do we encourage sustainability practice from the real estate point of view. So maybe we should look at incorporating architectural techniques or materials which is specific to the different regions which we have in the country. So this will not only encourage, the cultural value, but it will also help in sustainable activities where we're utilizing the available resources which is present in that area. Next, what we can look at, maybe looking at, passive cooling system, wherein we should look at, proper orientation of buildings, and then use natural ventilation, and use materials which have, heat reflecting materials, which will help in reducing the usage of, the ACs or air conditions, which will thereupon reduce the savings on energy. Also, what we can look at is urban environment or urban gardens, what we talk about, like the vertical gardens or rooftop. This will definitely help us in increasing the air quality. But not only that, it can also help us combat the urban heat effect which we are having in densely populated cities like Delhi or Mumbai. So this will help us in that. We as an organizational level, we are talking on this. I mean, a few people are involved, but how do we get the entire country involved in this? So what we should do is maybe have sustainable, elements in these affordable housing projects, so that people are exposed to there's a wide range of population which is exposed to these activities, and they are educated and they know we need to go this way. We from real estate industry, maybe we should advocate and support, incentivizing these practices, green building projects, where in terms of maybe having, better tax systems or better approval process. So this sustainability activity is not definitely related to a sector or to a society. It is more related to where the government gets involved, NGO gets involved, we as real estate sector people get involved, and other industries get involved. Then this is the only way where we can go forward. We are doing a lot in embassy. We are practicing most. We've come a long way in terms of sustainable activity, and we look forward to doing more in this region.
Great. No, thank you, Shani. I think very insightful feedback there, and some food for thought for all of us. I'll try and pull in Abhilash back. Abhilash, if you have better connectivity now, and my question was around the demand point. So over to you.
Yeah, sorry for that. I hope you guys can hear me now.
Absolutely. Fine. Please go ahead.
All right. So from a demand perspective, you're absolutely right. Demand's been pretty strong, particularly in the last 2 to 3 years. I think Shesh touched upon it, on his view about India and where India is poised in terms of economic growth. The industrial warehousing sector is a direct beneficiary of economic growth like any other sector in the country is. So we've seen that play out. In terms of actual demand drivers, I would say at the top right now is manufacturing sector, which is great because we went through a period of about 4 or 5 years where manufacturing activity was very muted. So it was really just e-commerce requirements that were driving demand. But now manufacturing is significantly rebounded, and it's rebounded across various markets. So that's something that's been very pleasing. We expect that to continue to grow. India, like everybody else touched on, my belief is it's just at the beginning of a great growth story. So the next 10 to 15 years, you should see a lot of this become very, very standard manufacturing to continue to move demand. The other important demand driver is obviously e-commerce. There's been a lot of press recently in the last 12 months, particularly about e-commerce requirements slowing down, etc. All of that is true. But also what you have to bear in mind is when you look at, I was just looking at some data during the last week, which said online shopping in India is still at about 5% of total retail. Now, you combine that with, you look at that in context of where other economies are. There in China is as high as 31, 32%, but even countries like Brazil, etc., at about 16 to 17%. So at a minimum, you're thinking of e-commerce demand maybe tripling to quadrupling in the next 3 to 4 years. So we think it's a matter of time before that demand driver kicks back in. So that should be a pretty strong story for from a demand perspective. And the third thing is the third-party logistics. So you're seeing more and more companies accelerated primarily by COVID, where every brick and mortar retail also has a e-commerce arm, and B, tying up with companies to really transport their goods to each and everyone's houses. So we're seeing all of those three as key demand drivers that will continue to drive the sector. On the manufacturing sector, particularly, it's not just automotive anymore. It's automotive is strong, so is electronics, so is so many other manufacturing activities that are coming up. So I'm quite bullish about where the demand is going to be in the next near to medium term.
No, sounds good, Abhilash. In fact, last year we came on the back of one of the most record years of leasing and warehousing, about 38 million square feet of demand, which is one of the peak years that the sector has seen. And given the strong infrastructure fillip being given by the government, I think, like you said, that's also a big catalyst with severe, several state governments acting, especially specific policies towards this. I think the sector is poised for growth ahead. But thanks on that feedback, Abhilash, and I'll move over back to Adarsh and pull him onto an interesting question. So Adarsh, please share your views on intergenerational communities and how do you really place them in the overall housing ecosystem? I think it'll be good to understand where does the, what is the fitment like? So over to you.
Okay. So, we started off in Bangalore, Alok, and then we launched Chennai, Pune, Bombay, and Calcutta. And as we moved from the south of India towards the north of India, the perception that we are doing a Vridhashram, kind of increased. So, we are entrepreneurs and business people. We'll have to find, ways to solve problems. And one very natural thing that came by is that we can just plug ourselves into larger projects, right? Instead of doing standalone senior living, what we have now started to do is we put 1 or 2 towers within a cluster of towers where, the parents and in-laws can live in these senior living towers, the children and the grandchildren live in the rest of the project. And we believe that this is the way that New India likes to live, not necessarily under the same roof, but near each other, because, it is ingrained in our culture to take care of our parents. But the new India may not want to live under the same roof. We have also seen that the women of the house are, more concerned about their parents than the men of the house. And this is based on data about who reaches out to my operations team, right? So we have seen that when a couple comes into our office and we talk to the lady of the house, she prefers to pick up something with us so her parents can move in next door. So what this does is it promotes independence of every generation. It gives each person, their friend circle. And whatever amenities we are giving in senior living, we have opened out to the rest of the community. So if somebody's cook doesn't show up, maid doesn't show up, so the amenities become beyond a clubhouse. So it could be cleaning services, it could be food, it could be concierge. And, this has been, it's been great for us. And we're able to differentiate ourselves and get a premium only because of trying to make this home purchase an emotional decision as opposed to a logical decision.
Oh, great. No, thanks, Adarsh. Pull you in, Shesh. A typical question that people would ask, and I think you were trying to part answer it in your first question, is how is flex different from the conventional leasing that we see? And a lot of talk around amenitization and technology playing a big role in creating a differentiated product offering for the operators. So how is that really creating an impact and helping take up the demand? So some thoughts there, Shesh.
Yeah, so look, yes, I was trying to address some part of it. So I think compared to the traditional leasing, like I said, see, developers would come with a certain thought process. While I think developers have evolved a lot to think about the end customer in many places we see, right? How tech parks have evolved, yeah, even residential places, etc. Right? Overall experience, and a lot of these things have been thought through, but eventually, leasing is, I think, the B2B leasing, right? It's a very complex process. The way the requirements are, how the whole lead comes in to, would I say today, in fact, I was talking to somebody who's like, chairs, workstations and internet, hamara standard, we'll put it up, you do the other part. The amount of requirements that come in is very, very different. And developers are not geared for it, and rightly so. I think the I would say being a developer, what you need to really, acquiring land, dealing with the landowner. If you're doing a JV, then how do you deal with government? How do you manage your, bank finances, etc. There are just way too many things for them to already handle, right? Along with that, developing this whole capability to handle the end-to-end real requirement of that flexible leasing, because there is fit outs and various other aspects of experience, internet, etc. is involved. I think that's why the differentiation is very, very clear. Even some developers, if you want to get into flexible leasing, they are like, they start a separate company with its own CEO, COO, etc. to do it, right? That's why it is definitely something very different. And it has its own complexities in that sense. And amenitization, yes, I think this is something it's generally happening across, right? People's even for that matter, co-living or even for senior living, etc. Right? Amenities are becoming very important. That is because when you look at the end user today, they value their time and experience a lot. What is the quality that we are getting, right? Like it's quantity of life versus quality of life in that sense, right? I think it's exactly same thing. When you are in your office, as an end, if I'm an employer, I want my employees to be happy. They want to, ultimately they have to be productive, right? I would want them to spend more time at office. I want them to not quit the job. I mean, if whatever best I can do to keep them longer. And then today, if you really see, salaries are shooting up, right? Manpower cost is so high. If I'm anyway spending so much on the manpower, I may as well spend to make them productive and be happy, right? I may as well give them the better laptop. I think that is the thought process. That's why the amenities become very important.
Very important.
And right, and I would say, I think Google and I think Silicon Valley pioneered it a bit. Early 2000s, I used to read in newspaper, Google has this kind of office, Google has that kind of office. It was something out of the world to read about that. Right today, of course, it's been 20 years since I've been reading it. I think it's kind of slowly trickling down, and you can see that happening for everybody, right? Do you want gym in the office? These kind of things are pretty much becoming a lot more common, and across, be it senior living, be it hotels, also the expectation, I think across the board, be it buying a residential apartment also, right? I think that has happened, and I think we are no different. The ones who are willing to give that better experience and quality, I think I think it's very important that organized players are trying to play on experience rather than price. Just price, there are enough mom and shops in India across the sector who can just beat on price. They may have, escape from tax, they may have their own loopholes. All of us here, I think we have to generally build on quality, most of us. I think
that's why they're using this term called hotelization of spaces, right? So that's where amenities are coming in, very, very important part of each and every sector that we see. But great, Shesh. I think that's great feedback. I'll pull in Shantam here, and a very important question for the senior housing, for the student housing sector is: are we going to see increased supply of purpose-built inventory, or will the market continue to expand on conversions? So that was one. And what are the different models of operations there, Shantam, and which is the most preferred one? If you could share your thoughts.
Absolutely. And first and foremost, I'm so sorry for dropping off the call. There was this cloud burst in Pune, so we had connectivity issues, and we're finally, I think, beating the heat in Pune. So I think that's a big plus. But yeah, I think first and foremost, I'll sort of like on the build to suit and purpose built conversation. I'll start off with slightly what we do as Tribe, right? So specifically for us is that student housing is one vertical that we manage. So student housing, we typically target the 6-month to 12-month customer, right? With that, we have the other vertical of co-living, where we target working professionals. That's typically the 1 month to 6-month clientele that we target. And we have a third vertical, which is short stays, or more or less like the hotel stays, which works about 1 day to 1 month. So that's the three sort of TGs that we target. It's all between 18 to 40. So it's all designed, branded, and the social media and everything works with that in mind. And this is where I think purpose built and built to suit fits in really, really well, because end of the day, any business that anyone's doing, whether you're a landlord or operator or whoever you are, is for earning, right? So maximum earning, and again, in the previous panel discussion, I'll bring that point again, is that the kind of expected ROI that the West sees with residential or things like that, that is way more possible when you do a purpose-built premises, right? So the rooms have to be designed in a certain way. The amenities, again, on this panel discussion as well, there's been so much talk about quality and experience. So that again has to be designed, and there's a mindset that comes with it, right? And that is when the consumer will pay. When there is some value addition to their livelihood, whether it's co-working or it's elderly living or anything of that sort, or it's co-living as we do it. When there is value addition to someone's life, that is when someone is willing to pay in terms of experience. And that has to be designed from ground up. And that's when you see maximum efficiency in the number of, in our case, the number of rooms that someone can have. And that's where the landlord in turn. So, I mean, in terms of numbers, Resi, we are seeing upwards of 6% returns to landlords. In commercial, we're crossing 10.5% in terms of returns. And again, that is because we have right from short stay up to 12-month consumers, right? And the places and the amenities are designed in a certain way, and that is way more possible in a purpose built. And I think that's where the developer lobby is also now moving towards this mindset where earning per square foot is much more in a purpose built project as compared to anything that is ready available. And again, with this, it also ties in the other aspect of the kind of business models that are present in this, right? So obviously, till date, we've been seeing in the operator industry of fixed rent. You pay a deposit, you put in your capex as an operator, and you put in some deposit, and you come on a fixed rent sort of a model. But we've done away with that because what we see is that it's very, very tough for an operator managing their spaces across geolocations, right? Occupancy is a very, very big point that comes in over here. When they have to invest in capex as well as have fixed rent liability on their balance sheet, it's very, very tough for someone to manage that across thousands of number of beds and multiple properties and stuff. But the other side of the coin is an industry that has thrived across decades is the hospitality industry and the hotel industry, right? And they do it across universal landscapes and across the world and global level, like brands like Marriott and Holiday Inn and all of these guys. So how is that they've been able to manage an operator, even end of the day when they're operators, right? So the way they're able to manage is the operator model, where it's a revenue share, where you've partnered with the developer, right?
Correct.
And that is where we've done very, very large projects. It's more sustainable, and also because the developer is hedging the risk with the operator, we are much obliged to let them earn more in that space. And that's where we are seeing they're also crossing the 6-7% in Resi, they're crossing the 10.5% in commercial, because we're letting them have that upside in earnings. So we're doing about 3 lakh square foot projects in Pune, Mumbai, Hyderabad, Bangalore. And this is where I think someone like CBRE and Chase as well with Beehive. So the kind of projects we're doing and why we call it premium is because in the same project, we have co-living, right? We have co-working on the top. So that there's a co-working brand that comes in. We don't manage any co-working, but a co-working brand comes into the same facility. You have a high street and F&B at the bottom. So the entire ecosystem that a consumer is open to, right? Right from his workspace to meeting rooms to his living experience to F&B and entertainment is within a 2-minute walk within the same facility. That is what is premium, and that is what someone pays for. So I think that's where it all ties in.
Great, bro. Great feedback, Shantam. Moving to you, Abhilash, and I think a very pertinent question for the logistics sector, which everyone's asking is, how's the unit economics stacking up in this current time? Are the rents going up in line with rising land costs? So what does one need to do to ensure the returns are stable? So over to you, Abhilash.
Yeah, I mean, that's $1 million question, isn't it? What do you need to do to ensure the returns stay intact? But yeah, I mean, the land prices have really escalated significantly. That's primarily been on a couple of things. I mean, land acquisition in India is not easy, particularly for this sector, because you need at a minimum anywhere between 40 to 60 acres of land to be aggregated.
Could I request everyone else to kindly mute, please? Akash and Anoop, if you guys can put yourself on mute, please. Sorry,
Yeah.
Back to you, Abhilash.
Yeah. So I was saying that land aggregation is a huge challenge. What that means is two things. One is if you have the land bank with you, then obviously you start at a very significant competitive advantage. The other thing is whatever land is available, the number of people chasing that land is very, very high. So obviously that pushes land prices to a point where things start becoming stretched from a development economics perspective. Also, particularly for this sector, unlike commercial and the other established like retail, commercial, residential, established asset, real estate asset classes, everybody has to get into development because there is no real ready stock, institutional quality ready stock that's available to just come in and acquire, which is why you see every fund there is establishing a development platform. So that continues to put a pressure in terms of land prices are going up. Rents have increased, so that's been great to see, particularly in the last 2 years, following a period of almost 3 to 4 years where rents were pretty flat and just tracking to inflation or slightly below inflation. So now we are finally seeing rent growth kick back in. This time it seems like it's a lot more permanent because I just spoke about where the demand is at a short while ago. So demand seems to be pretty much aligned.
Right.
Supply constraints are there. Rents typically tend to lag increase in land costs. So hopefully the trajectory continues at least for the next 3, 4, 5 years, and then ultimately everything tracks to inflation. Now, the second part of your question is interesting. How do you, in this environment, ensure that you're able to generate value and generate returns? So I think a couple of things are very important. One is you need to have patient capital. You need to have the ability to hold on to these assets for much longer than what we used to underwrite previously, where you would typically look at getting the land, getting approvals, developing, leasing, and then exiting. That you need to be a little more patient with respect to having slightly longer holding periods, because like with any other sector, there is a cycle at which the rents will be poised and they will grow significantly, and you should be able to cash in on that. And more importantly, you have to be very, very efficient from an operations perspective. There are obviously various things that you can't control and are market driven, but there are what you can control, which is control the controllables, whether it's execution, whether it is ensuring that you're efficient in operations, looking at small things, not really expensive things, but small things where you can build customer loyalty. You ensure that your customers are not then haggling for like a 1 rupee, 2 rupee margin over a competitor that's coming up next door. That is super important. And yeah, I think, like I said, you just control the controllables, wait for the cycle to turn, because this will turn. Logically, it should get to a point where rents go up, and then that's how the returns will work.
No, great. No, I think Abhilash, you've put it very, very correctly. You touched upon a very important thing on efficiency, and I think that also leads me to my next question to Samruddha, because tech is the direct influencer on efficiency. So Samruddha, if I could pull you in, how is the integration of tech transforming the traditional real estate sectors in India, particularly across project management and customer engagement? Some of it you had touched in your previous question, but if you could elaborate.
Yeah, great. This is a fantastic question. So at Relator, we have been working for the last 4 years across north to south, whether it is DLF, Embassy, Hiranandani's Brigades, and many more, and including the smaller developers also. And when we see technology played a very vital role. Now, let me divide the whole era into two parts, or rather, I would say that the whole ecosystem into two eras. One is pre-pandemic, and the second being the post-pandemic. Nothing against anybody, but pandemic has made a lot of real estate players to start using technology in first place. That is the good thing, you know. And the best segment which has picked up a lot could be the pre-sale CRM software, some basic CRPs, and maybe some virtual tours. Right now, however, we need to relook towards the sector. The realty sector in India is contributing 13% towards the GDP of the country. And we are all talking about that, you know, we would be going towards $1 trillion economy. Now, today, when we see and when we go being one among the last entrant in the ecosystem where we have different tools ranging from extended reality, VR, AI, and all of those, I see that the usage of technology towards a total turnover is less than 0.25%. In smaller cases, it's 0.15% is where you spend on technology, and in larger, bigger clients, they uses spent across like 0.25%. Whereas the global pundits believe if India has to achieve $1 trillion realty market, then we need to increase our technology investment to upwards of 1% for better growth and scale. Now, let's understand a very simple thing, okay? Realty is the most expensive investment anyone does, whether it is Mukesh Ambani or a blue-collar worker. And as an ecosystem, we'll see people born after 2000 will soon influence the buying process, and we call them Gen Zs. And they are always glued with their mobile devices. They will be glued with different technology systems. So when we see today across the ecosystem to increase productivity, we get the best out of the team to increase conversions. We talk about reaching to different consumers at different segments, whether it is CPL, CPQL, cost of acquiring customer, all those terminologies today end up coming with a technology usage, where we call about two terminologies, one being the growth, second being the scale. Now, if we have to grow and scale our businesses, we need to think about how we integrate all of these systems. So today, if a realty player wants to grow and scale, they need to have some productive system towards the customer engagement. And all of this needs to be integrated. For example, when we go and we look forward to implement a complete digital transformation for a player, for example, House of Hiranandari, how we are doing. So it starts with the very first thing, how you have the basic visualization and engagement. Because people would like to understand and see the product you are selling, whether it is the elevation, whether it is the balcony views or whatever it is. Most of the people buy because of the neighborhood and the location. So today, if I'm being at Pune, if I have to think about buying a property, I might go to Baner or I might go to Baughan or wherever it is. But that's from where the thought process starts. And then you start scouting for the product. Then when you are reaching to the site after all the segments of discussions with the pre-sales and telecallers and brokers, you expect an amazing on-site management. With the latest technology trends like Swiggy, Zomato's coming, convenience and easiness is something what everybody focuses.
Yeah.
And most importantly, after that, you want to drive a better payments and inventory management system. So today we have seen a lot of cancellation happening because you don't have that proper ecosystem into place where the payments and inventories are being driven properly. Most importantly, we all talk about that this is the number of unit we'll be selling at this particular month. And all of this happens based on experience or somebody talking to us in a very good manner. But there is no rationale behind the forecast. So as an organization, we need to focus on something called behavioral and business analytics. And while we all do all of those till booking, we call it as a customer journey management. And this is something which we all need to focus. As an organization, everybody invests in CRM and ERPs, but the trends are changing. You need to understand the buyer journey needs to be optimized. And that's where a customer experience platform has to come into the place. And then the post-sale suite and all of those things can come into the picture. And most importantly, if you see, all these softwares are getting paid by a promoter who writes a check, but the downline users, whether it is a GRE or a closing manager or a sourcing manager. Now, all of them, this systems I have spoken about, needs to work seamlessly. And we need to have a couple integrations amongst all softwares. And this software should be working under one interface. Why should I have multiple interfaces to go and navigate? So we should not expect users to use different tools and give them one single integrated interface, which can improve their operations and productivity.
Absolutely.
And that's all what seamless integration means all about.
It can be. No, thanks, Samruddha. And in fact, I know we are at the top of the hour, Sapna, but allow me to just, quickly take a one-line response and put Shireen in.
I think, Alok, we need to just close it. And I think what we kind of from this session, I think what was unique about this session is to get all the perspectives about so many different sectors from the experts. And Alok, you're getting best out of everyone, whether it is co-working or sustainability, as Shireen mentioned, or prop tech and senior living, warehousing, student housing for various segments of the population, and this is where the gap has been, and all these people are addressing those gaps. So Alok, quickly, I want your views now. How do you summarize, how these promising new sectors are going to, see the future growth you see in these sectors?
See, like I mentioned, I think we spoke about senior living. India's penetration rate is very, very low compared to global peers. And, as per projections, we are seeing India to be one of the fastest growing regions globally, to achieve almost a 17% throughput on the senior living. which places it as a huge market for a product like this. Cut across to flex, we've already seen the sector more than double in the last 5 to 6 years. The growth trajectory continues to stay buoyant, with the market fundamentals remaining strong and occupiers looking to evaluate flex strategies in their portfolio. Moving to warehousing, again, like Abhilash summarized, we have seen a period of growth, and with the core fundamentals on manufacturing, infrastructure story, development remaining intact, we are again expected to see a strong period of growth over the next 5 to 10 years in logistics, as well as a sector. So I'll summarize by saying I think we are in good times. All the alternate asset classes have some strong, demand drivers which are backing them, and we are heading into a space where we over the next 5 years won't call them really as emerging sectors, but as established asset classes. I'll hand it over back to you, Sapna.
That's correct. From youngest of population and the senior population that we are seeing, and demand for all this e-commerce and ESG, I think that is where we are headed for. Thank you everyone for being here. I think 1 hour was so less to know about so much what is happening in these sectors, but thank you so much for being here with us and talking about it. At least we get to know what's happening and getting it right from the experts. So thank you so much. Thank you, Alok. Thank you, Shesh, Samudragupta, Adarsh for being here with us, Abhilash for being part of this panel, Shantam and Charin for being here and talking about these aspects. Thank you so much.
Thank you all to the panelists as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thanks.
Thank you.
Sunrise sectors, let's move on to the young of this real estate segment, and let's have a conversation with the young generation of Indian realty, you the future. So let me bring in the veteran of the industry, Ghulam Zia, Senior Executive Director, Research Advisory, Infrastructure and Valuation, Knight Frank India Private Limited, to talk to these young Turks of Indian real estate. Ghulam needs no introduction, but still let me give a little brief about him. He has a vast experience across the entire gamut of real estate services, from valuations, consulting, transactions, and project management, working with clients across governments, corporates, and public sector companies. Akash, Mr. Zia, a very warm welcome to you. Let me now introduce our young speakers of this panel. Akash Farande, Managing Director, Farande Spaces. He has spearheaded many projects in his decade-long association with Farande Spaces, and his technical expertise, domain knowledge, focus on PropTech, and extensive cross-functional experience has helped the group to pioneer the growth in this segment. Anup Jamtani, Managing Director, Jamtani Realty Private Limited, is our next speaker. One of Pune's most sought-after real estate developer, Anup Jamtani, is a first-generation young and dynamic developer who has built the brand brick by brick and taken the organization to the top. Next panel member, let me introduce Mohit Jaju, Executive Director and CEO of Subhashish Homes. Mohit established Subhashish Homes in 2020, and he is member of the Executive Committee of Young Indian CII Rajasthan, and is also the chairperson of its learning vertical Credai Rajasthan and TIE. Next panel member is Ms. Nikita Garg, partner Hunt Partners. With 15 years of experience in the industry, Nikita has established herself as a leading expert in the real estate and infrastructure sectors, boasting the highest number of mandates executed in the year and the largest volume of new clients. Next panel member, let me introduce Piyush Lohia, Director, Lohia Workspace. And Piyush oversees the entire customer-facing activities of the group business, ranging from marketing to operations to technology, and his vast knowledge and detailed exposure to the diversified industries has played a pivotal role in the growth and expansion of the group. Next and final member is Ryan Munawar, founder, Housebay Consulting, and Ryan's journey includes experience at firms like Puravankara, Mantri, and global giants like Cushman and ITC that has broadened his horizons, instilling in him a global perspective. And at Housebay, his vision is of integrating technology into sales and customer relations. So this is our eminent panel, and I hand it over to Ghulam to speak to these young professionals of this industry. And Ghulam, you are as young as them, so hand it over to you now.
Thank you so much, Sapna, and thank you so much for that damage control initiative. You started with calling me a veteran and ended saying that I'm also young. Thank you so much for making it a mix of both. And I call it damage control. Why damage control? Because, I feel like in this group of youngsters, के इतने young लोगों में एक भेड़िए को छोड़ दिया बूढ़ा जो आके इन लोगों से discussion करने वाला है. So I hope a mix of Hindi and Angrezi is fine with all. Let me start with a warm wishes of Akshay Tritiya to all speakers and all viewers today. It's a great occasion for all of us to express our views on this day. I'm sure many of you must have gone out and bought a few things important in your life. I'm watching the number of transactions happening on Mumbai home sales. It's also one of the record-breaking numbers on Akshay Tritiya. So I want to assume that this is a great occasion, a good momentum, auspicious one for all of us to then interact. I guess you all have received some list of questions. And I hate to tell you that I keep those questions in least of regards. I would rather go absolute open, with such a group of youngsters full of energy, experiences, etc. It's absolutely useless to go by a script or a content which somebody else has decided for us. So I hope it's all okay if we go absolutely free willy. Wonderful. Wonderful. So let's get rolling. So here I see a group of youngsters who are on one side from real estate. I'm saying developers. You have developers, you have youngsters engaging in prop tech. And of course, Nikita is there, who is a people's person who will be helping us identify where do we get our resources to deliver the promises we are making to our stakeholders. So is that it, or am I missing out something? So essentially developers and prop tech experts, that's right. So so let me start. And once again, I would also comment on Realty Plus ka initiative that they've brought in, participants from, say, Jaipur, Pune, etc. I appreciate that. It's something which normally doesn't happen when you have people from all over India, especially when India, Bharat, is reaching that next level of superpower where the growth and economic rewards are reaching all over the country. Recently, we did certain report where we identified 30 top cities in the country where we focused on certain real estate aspect. And we were pleased to see how real estate is growing in the whole country, not just real estate, why the economic growth is reaching out to the lowermost strata of the society. So here, the first thing I wanted to start with is that because I was asked to talk about the future. So let's focus on the future first. And will come specific to each of you. To me, the future is, and as I said earlier, and Sapna started with that I'm a veteran. So I agree that I may have, the best of my year could be behind me. What we are looking at is an economy. We are the roaring tigers. We are right now at about 4 trillion kind of an economy, targeting to reach 10 trillion and 25 trillion. If I'm planning to compete with China, 25 trillion is what I'm targeting for myself. I guess there are some numbers that by the time Bharat will be 100 years old, we will be reaching that target of 25 trillion and crossing over it. And here, this is the group of people who will be carrying India to that next level. I want to believe that all of you have at least 25 years of your career ahead of you. So all of you are going to be the ones who will be witnessing the 100th year of Bharat. So let's focus on just that. What is it that you see that in next 20-25 years, when the economy is going from 4 to 25 odd trillion, how do we participate in that? Let me start with Rajasthan. I love that city, Jaipur. Jaipur से आप हमारे साथ हैं Mohit Jaju. Mohit, I want to start with you. Also because infrastructure, the way it is growing, we need to really keep up with it. I'm told that there's something called as NCRTC, which is making high-speed rails. Already Meerut से CP को connect कर दिया गया है. CP से Jaipur is going to be the third leg. तो अगले 5 साल, 8 साल, 10 साल में आप CP से जयपुर का फासला 1.5 घंटे में तय करने वाले हो. तो मोहित, मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे ये है कि जब इकोनॉमी इतनी चेंज हो रही है, दुनिया इतनी बदल रही है, तो दिल्ली से जयपुर के रास्ते में कहीं एक और मकाम आता है नीम राना, जहां पर you have so many Japanese clusters, etc., etc., and of course, going forward, a lot of them are coming in. So what are you going to do? अगर आपके हाथ जयपुर और राजस्थान की real estate सौंप दी जाए, and ask you this question, how do you see the whole turnaround happening? How would you create the next level of real estate, housing, etc., to start with for all those Japanese expats to come over and stay in Jaipur instead of going all the way back to Gurgaon every day? What is it? What is your future, Mohit? Where do you see the turnaround is happening for us in Bharat?
So am I audible clearly?
Yeah, yes, you are. Please go ahead.
So I just introduce myself. I'm Mohit Jaju. I'm the CEO of Subhashi's Homes. We are a real estate development company based out of Jaipur and doing some work in and around Jaipur. So this is about me. So जो आपका question था गुलाम, तो two things. First, we already have a new highway, which is the New Delhi Mumbai highway, which has reduced the journey from 24 hours to 12 hours. And the first phase of it is from Delhi to Jaipur, which is already ready. I've been using it regularly, and right now it is taking me 3 hours to reach Delhi, and it will further cut down to 1.5 2 hours, as you rightly mentioned. So the biggest change that I've already seen in last 1.5 years after this highway has been built, the Vande Bharats have started, is that now people have started migrating from Delhi to Jaipur. So Jaipur being a typical tier 2 city, people aspire to go, till now people used to aspire to move on to bigger cities like a Bangalore, like a Hyderabad, like a MMR or NCR. But after this connectivity, people are what people are doing is that they're buying their houses in Jaipur. The reverse migration has started. So that is benefiting us in a big way. People are spending their weekdays in Delhi and coming over for the weekend to Jaipur. So that is one good sign which we are seeing. And I'm seeing this across the country. Wherever there is a big tier 1 city, they are developing a tier 2 city and reducing the distance. Like Pune's Mumbai-Pune distance is almost reduced. It is less than 2 hours. Similarly, in other cities. So what we are doing is that so our core value, one of our major core values is being innovative and nature friendly. And for us, being sustainable is very, very important. So in all of our projects, what we have done is we have introduced prepaid smart water meters. Jaipur being a dark zone, there is no water in Jaipur. Like Bangalore में तो अब खत्म हो रहा है, जयपुर में पानी था ही नहीं. So हम तो बाहर से पानी लेकर आते हैं, कभी बीसलपुरा खत्म हो जाता है, कभी कुछ खत्म हो जाता है. So prepaid smart water meter ने, अब तो smart water meter is a common concept in Bangalore. बट प्रीपेड करने से क्या होता है ना कि आदमी को रिचार्ज करना पड़ता है घर के अंदर पानी लेकर आने के लिए, जैसे अपन फोन का प्रीपेड रिचार्ज करते हैं. सो आफ्टर पुटिंग दैट इन ऑल द हाउसेज एंड ऑल द अपार्टमेंट्स एंड विलास, our water consumption over last 3 years has reduced by 55% in our housing societies. That is one of the major issues I see going forward. Economy बढ़ रही है, real estate $1 trillion पहुंच जाएगा, सब कुछ हो जाएगा, बट पानी being the basic necessity, हमारे पास डिसैलिनेशन प्लांट है नहीं दुबई की तरह कि हम पानी सी से निकाल कर यूज कर लेंगे, स्पेशली अ प्लेस लाइक जयपुर और पुणे और बैंगलोर which is depending on fresh water from lakes or nearby dams. So उनके लिए water conservation is a big challenge, and we are making sure that by using smart water meter consumption is reduced. Second, हमने एक रेन वाटर हार्वेस्टिंग का थोड़ा इनोवेशन किया है which has reduced the cost of the complete structure, and हम लोग पर एकड़ 4 to 5 हार्वेस्टिंग पिट्स बनाते हैं, जो इंडस्ट्री स्टैंडर्ड है वो 1 हार्वेस्टिंग पिट का है. तो उससे ओवरऑल पानी रिचार्ज बहुत अच्छा हो रहा है. एंड द लास्ट थिंग आई वुड से इज हमारे यहाँ जितने भी अपार्टमेंट्स हैं, जितने भी विलाज हैं, हर एक के पास डेडिकेटेड इलेक्ट्रिकल कार चार्जिंग पॉइंट है. तो आवर फोकस गोइंग फॉरवर्ड इज नॉट द नंबर्स बट सस्टेनेबिलिटी होगी तो लोग अपने आप हमारे यहाँ मकान लेंगे, अपार्टमेंट लेंगे, दे विल बी हैप्पी बिकॉज दैट विल बी द थिंग which will sell in the future.
Thank you so much, Mohit. Thank you so much. And keeping the same thing, the focus on, India as a larger picture. And well, I'm sorry to say that Pune is also not the top 4 cities. Obviously, it's top 8.
Of course.
But I would want to come to Anup. Anup, आपसे यही question आगे बढ़ाना है, something which I didn't really get much of a direct commitment from Mohit. I will come to you for that. अनूप, कि
Hi,
अगर मैं
hi,
ये
Gulam.
कहूँ कि हाय, अगर मैं ये कहूँ कि ऑल दोज आपके यहाँ ऑलरेडी एक ट्रम्प टावर आ चुका है, वी आर ऑलरेडी इनटू दैट लीग एटसेट्रा, but if I have to make these cities global cities, whether it was Jaipur or Pune etc, my typical perspective is many conferences में ये कहता हूँ कि जब हम हमारे बच्चों को अमेरिका वगैरह पढ़ाई के लिए भेजते हैं, तो हम अमेरिका के शायद इन दैट ऑर्डर 20th 25th सिटी में भी कोई अच्छी यूनिवर्सिटी होगी, बच्चों को भेज देते हैं। वही सवाल मैं हम यहाँ पूछता हूँ जब मैं इंडिया से किसी बम्बई में रहने वाले को, कि किसी जयपुर या जैसलमेर जैसी किसी शहर में आप बच्चे को पढ़ाई या जॉब के लिए भेजोगे, तो आंसर एक मोस्टली नहीं आता है। इसका कारण यही है कि हमारी सिटीज उतनी डेवलप नहीं हो रही है, ग्रो नहीं हो रही है, ग्लोबल सिटीज हमारी नहीं बन रही है। तो मेरा क्वेश्चन है, बिकॉज यूर पार्ट ऑफ द रियल एस्टेट फ्रेटर्निटी, अनूप, आपसे दोबारा वही सवाल मैं करना चाहूंगा कि व्हाट इज इट दैट हैज टू बी डन टू इंश्योर दैट वंस पुणे इज टर्निंग इनटू अ ग्लोबल सिटी, आप एज ए रियल एस्टेट पार्टिसिपेंट, एज ए डेवलपर, क्रिएट समथिंग डिफरेंट। ये चीज बहुत हो रही है, हमारे मकान, हमारा रियल एस्टेट। एक लिटिल एग्जांपल आई वुड वांट टू गिव, हम जब ऑफिस सेक्टर की बात करते हैं, मुंबई में बेहतरीन ऑफिसेज 600 रुपए 700 रुपए रेंट के ऊपर नहीं जाते, एंड आई वाज अमेज्ड टू सी दैट इफ आई कंपेयर एप्पल टू एप्पल, office space in London is 10x costlier than the best office space in Mumbai. So if the people are paying 10x of what they're paying in India, why would India not aspire? Why should India not aspire to be in that league? तो मेरा क्वेश्चन आपसे यही है अगेन अनूप, कि what is it that you think in next 25 years, your vision, your fantasy, कि आप क्या करना चाहोगे कि पुणे should compete with say a Boston or a London or Leeds? What different it should be, अनूप, किस तरह से आपको फर्क लाना चाहोगे इंडिया में? ओवर टू यू अनूप।
Hi, Gulam. Thanks first of all कि आपने सारे questions को throw out करके एक नया ही set of question हमको दिया. I was also pretty amazed that we have a preset question. So it's really good to really good to go ex tempo and hear to your great questions. And yeah, you're right that when we compare to the rest of the world, we are far behind when it comes to over social development of the entire city, and rather we would have only gated communities with built-in amenities and all that. We have been there, we have done that, and I think now we are also changing gears when it comes to Pune. You said we are not in the top 8. I agree, but we are the top selling cities of India if you check the last financial calendar. One of the key reasons for that is also that we are the most affordable when it comes to the top 10 cities. People in Pune still find it easier to afford a new house with the gated communities, with the built-in amenities. Being said that, infrastructure is definitely the most vital part, which will bring us to the world map. Pune is now finally getting its own metro. Parts of it are already started. So metro is definitely one of the key areas for us to commute. We are building flyovers left, right, and center. With the double engine government, last 2.5 years has been fabulous. And I hope so that it continues in the near future. Also, we have currently, if you see, Pune is divided into 3-4 different zones. One is Pune Municipal Corporation, one is Pimpri-Chinchwad Municipal Corporation, which is more towards the west of Pune, and it is IT backed by Hinjawadi and closer to Bombay. And then there is now something called as PMRDA, which is 10 times bigger than both these municipal corporations combined. And if you see the ring road plan and the plans for this PMRDA, they have already come up with the new complete town planning maps. And of course, they are not out as yet. But if you see, they have actually divided Pune into different parts, where one part is completely towards arts and culture. You'll have bigger theaters, bigger art spaces, and then there's one another part of PMRDA which is totally dedicated to sports. So if you are inclined towards arts, you'll go towards the arts section of PMRDA, and if you are inclined towards sports, you'll go towards that section, and so on and so forth. Pune, as you know, is a cultural capital of Maharashtra, and it's the second biggest city after Bombay. We sold 1 lakh homes last year, and people keep looking at Pune as the next destination for their children to go. So also because of we have good universities, good college culture, and I think that continues to grow with every year. As developers, we would definitely want to make use of the new age norms that have come in. Technology has to play a vital part. Now we are also clubbing with a lot of such activities which may not be available in the project, but by joining hands with few clubs which are sports centric, which may be a few, like one of our developers in Pune, he actually joined hands with the pioneers of industry like Shamak Davar ke dance classes honge, sports mein kisi अच्छे sportsmen. I think he's joined up with Rohit Sharma or MS Dhoni, I'm not sure, but that is how the tie-ups are now happening. So there are kids-centric homes, children-centric homes coming up, and so on and so forth. And also co-living, student housing, everything is there in Pune, and it's growing fabulously. We just launched one co-living today and on Akshaya Tritiya. So rather than buying, we are focused on selling on Akshaya Tritiya. Unlike like you said, you must have bought. We are more focused on sales.
Great. Anup, thank you so much. I'll obviously come back to you. But while I was a little confused, Piyush, I'm so sorry. I was even trying to reconnect with your LinkedIn profile where you're talking about, automobiles and everything else. So here, my question, first of all, for my own understanding, where do I place you? Is it the developer I'm talking to, or a prop tech expert is what I'm looking at? What is it? To start with, my question will come accordingly. I'm sorry to ask this question because I couldn't find that answer.
So thank you, Zia, for having us. I would briefly introduce you first so that you have a fair bit of idea, and then you can put up the question to me. So I am a second generation entrepreneur and I represent Ohia Global. We are a diversified business group. So we are into automobiles, we are into handicrafts. We are one of the largest exporters of handicraft based out of Muradabad. So it's a small city in UP. And
I know it is famous for especially the bartan bhande वगैरह उसके लिए बहुत famous है. Copper, sorry. क्या कहते हैं उसे? Brass. Yes. Yeah. You don't need to introduce that city. We know it.
So we recently started with real estate venture, and just like other corporates, we feel that there's a lot of value that can be created across the real estate segment, and henceforth I'm here discussing and talking about real estate.
So, Badhiya, Piyush, I think I should talk about Muradabad. That's my passion, because we're talking about new cities. Enough of Mumbai, enough of Delhi, etc. We need to focus on beyond these 4-5 cities. And Muradabad, hence, is a passion. I recall, if I'm not mistaken, correct me if I'm wrong, some 2 or 3 large developers from Delhi have entered Muradabad already, if I'm not mistaken. I have a very dear friend from Muradabad who bought it from a developer who had come from Delhi for last 15 years. He hasn't seen his makan getting ready. He hasn't seen the possession yet. So here it is. I'm sure you are from Muradabad. Rather than relying on somebody coming from Delhi to create something, I'm so glad to have people like Mohit, etc., who are actually doing what they know in their cities. So what is it, Piyush, that you believe you would be doing in that city to ensure that it is, competing with why Jaipur but Delhi? What would be your view of your city, Muradabad, for next 25 years?
So Muradabad in per se, or any tier 2 city in India, predominantly they all are buzzing with economic activity currently. There are small manufacturing setups which are kind of mushrooming and trying to become big and contribute to the global economic scenario. Plus, a lot of China outsourcing is shifting and moving towards India. So what is happening is all these businesses, all the small businesses that are existing there, they are making money and they are traveling well, and they are actually looking forward to a great experience while the businesses are mushrooming. So as a real estate, there's a huge opportunity that lies in like Aligarh, Hyderabad.
Anytime.
Can I request Mr. Deep to keep it? Okay, sure. Please go ahead, Piyush. I'm so sorry for the interference.
So we see as a great opportunity in terms of bringing the true lifestyle to Muradabad, and not only just Muradabad, cities like Aligarh, there is Muzaffarnagar, there's a lot of tier 2 cities or tier 3 cities, which are predominantly industrial hubs. And there's a market and people are just waiting for good projects to come in there. Yes, a lot of other developers had entered a long time back. This is around two decades back, I think. There were some developments which are on hold and they didn't move the way people had expected to. But I think now there is, with RERA coming in and all the compliances that are there are a lot of serious players who are entering all these markets, and hopefully things will get better there.
So do you see yourself competing with the top developers? चलिए आप मीरठ और नोएडा की बात कर लें. You don't want to expand to the whole NCR. Someday, why would I not see the Lohia group entering NCR and bringing in what you have learned from Moradabad to NCR? Why would it not happen that way?
That can always happen. I think good projects and good value is always appreciated anywhere in the world. So we would be doing a project in Lucknow and Delhi as well. So that's on the card for next year. This year we plan to do projects majorly in tier 2 cities, and there'll be a lot of learnings which we'll bring on table, which will be exclusive to these cities. So I think
Wonderful.
there can be a lot of knowledge share which can happen from a small city because we have a luxury of space there. So
True. Wonderful. So great to hear. Energies, the untapped energies coming on in front of us. And while I think I wanted to do PropTech first, but I can't keep the lady waiting in because they always say ladies first. But so PropTech, please don't mind. I'll come to you slightly later. But starting with Nikita, Hunt Partners. Well, I'm definitely going to leave my CV with you for you to hunt for a good job for me. Here it is, Nikita. You are partner in an organization which is well known. You don't need introduction for the organization. And two things I'm going to come to you about. First is, and this is something which should have been a general question to many of you, कि इतनी कम उम्र में इतना growth, fabulous. ऊपर वाले की कृपा है आप पर, हम चाहेंगे किसी तरह आप grow करते रहो. लेकिन how do you manage that stress? Partner in Hunt Partners is not really a small task. Achieving that kind of a progress that you have. So if you start with that, I'll come to you on a specific question later. But this is first part focusing on you, Nikita, as a person.
Thank you, Gulam. There's only one answer to that. The answer is to create my ecosystem around me, which is working 24/7. This is back at home and in office. So back at home, I literally have been blessed with an army of 5 to 7 people. And the same kind of army is with me, fortunately, in my practice back in office. So I would say resources, resources, and resources. That's the only answer, Gulam.
Well, let me dig it a bit deeper. And this is again a question which I'm sure must be addressed. Sapna, I think you should look at it when you're talking about 40, above under 40 or whatever this question is for these youngsters who are doing phenomenally well at a young age like that, Nikita. And because I'm sure since HR is your practice, you would also be coming across that concern. Globally, it is established that you are at the prime of your competencies and career in 60s and 70s. And in our country, which is so full of resources, we typically look at retiring at 58, 60, where you are just about reaching the pinnacle of your career. Now, my question aapse, Nikita, ye hai कि you did mention that there are people to look around, but you did talk about something like 24 hours work culture. Is it not detrimental? You have a huge life ahead of you. I would also want to believe that in your 60s and 70s, you would be at your productive best. You need to last that long. If the candle is burning at both ends, how would you manage that? So the question is to you as well. Aapne itna kuch kiya hai. How do you manage that work-life balance? Yeah, don't tell me that you have resources at home as well as there. Jo dimag mein hai, wo to hai. Those resources cannot take your mental stresses away. So how do you manage that, Nikita?
Of course, 2 ways. I think one is to get your day with multiple activities other than work. And this is not just plain pursuing a hobby. This is, for example, there is my days interspersed with my yoga sessions, or the days interspersed with my twin girls and taking to them for their classes. The days interspersed is by having a glass of wine with my husband after work hours, stepping out for dinner. So these are, they don't take too much of your mental bandwidth. They take a lot of your emotional bandwidth, but less of physical, more emotional. So a day-to-day planning on these areas really helps. And the second way is that, I have to say this, Ghulam, I'm not too much of an advocate, or I really don't understand this concept of work-life balance, but for those who really understand this, for me, so work, if it's passion, you don't necessarily need to balance out anything, right? Because you go with the flow. And when you go with the flow, then there is much less effort to really make things work at your end. So I'm fortunate to be perhaps one of those lucky ones where I found my passion at work. And that's the only way I will continue.
Great. So a lot to pick up for most of the youngsters here, how to maintain that balance. You did give a few, precious tips. I hope people are listening and they may learn a thing or two out of it, which is beyond your professional, lessons that you want to pass across. But now coming to the job, to the real estate and infra segment. Nikita, we recently did some work for ministry and for some industry organizations. There is this paper we have written on skill development for infrastructure and real estate. And the numbers that I have in front of me are in 2024, 23-24 financial year, FY24, we are looking at about 160 to 170,000. 160 to 170,000 new jobs created. Okay. And then we are looking at some kind of crystal ball gazing. If the economy is growing the way it is growing, what kind of resources would we require? So this is something which is stark in front of us. A 10.5 kind of a CAGR, kind of a growth in number. I'm talking about skilled employees required. I'm completely focusing on graduates required to make Bharat grow into what it wants to grow into. Okay, and here it's a big challenge. ये लोग आएंगे कहाँ से? And if it is Hunt partner, interested to get India its next lot of resources. हर साल तकरीबन 1.5 से 2 लाख अंदाजन ग्रेजुएट्स आपको चाहिए हैं. ये क्या करना होगा कि भारत के जो growth targets हैं वो achieve हो पाए. So this, I guess, is a straight away in your domain, Nikita. What is your view on this? And this would include everything. I'm talking about prop tech, real estate, contractors, EPCs, you name it. Any kind of firm that is associated with real estate, I've included all of them in these numbers. So your view, Nikita. And you're going to be there for next 20-25 years. You will be delivering that. So how will you, Nikita?
Ghulam, I'll just like to contextualize this question to, where I really focus on, right? Because Hunt typically operates at the leadership level. So I may not be directly influencing the talent at the base level. But to answer your question, there are measures and steps being taken to not wait for on-the-job training related skill development programs. As part of your interviewing process or as part of your internship process right after college, there are students who are getting exposed to tech-based interview platforms. It could be in the form of virtual, it could be in the form of gaming, it could be in the form of even aptitude-related tests and exposures like this. So one is from an employer perspective. An employer doesn't necessarily have to wait for getting a person on board and getting them trained and skilled on the job. You can very well curate your interviewing process or your internship process with the use of these tech-based tools to identify latent skills which already exist in individuals at that age, right? So skills is both, right? One can be learned and one is inherent. So these tools will allow you to extract the inherent skills and then put them to its best use. So that's my simple response to how can organizations and employers make use of this to early identify and then, of course, nurture the talent that they bring at scale.
I'm sure all the leaders who are on the panel are listening to you and making notes of that. Anoop, I hope, Mohit, you guys are noting, writing down whatever tips she is giving. Free tips, Nikita.
Feel free to speak with me anytime after the conversation today as well. Now, how can really firms like us or someone like me really impact is, at the end of the day, a leader's role is really to build capabilities in the organization, right? And they themselves become responsible to groom and nurture this kind of talent. So what I'm really seeing from a future perspective is the real estate market is focused on, in my word, community development right now. You pick up any product. There is a sense of speed and distance, right? How fast can you reach in the shortest duration of time, correct? So this is really creating to a product approach at building your business. If you're doing a residence, are you providing amenities inside and outside? If you're doing a commercial building, we're talking about vertical warehousing structures these days. So there's a lot of interdependency between various asset classes in the sector today. Now, this alone will result into a significant amount of expansion of skill sets. For example, what is the kind of leader who can really sell a vertical structure cutting across warehousing, commercial, and retail? Today, we have specialists in this domain, right? So we're looking for someone who has the GTM ability. We're looking for someone who has the customer connect and network, irrespective of where the person comes from. So these are examples of where we as firms will help them identify where in the world, in India or global, can this talent really be looked at and considered. Now, of course, these are for organizations who may have direct access to a larger pool of capital very early on if you're a startup, or some of my fellow colleagues on the call today, if you're not able to consider product approaches like this. I still believe, Ghulam, to your earlier question, people who are in their late 50s or early 60s, the reason they're still ripe, the reason they're still, competent is not just because of the number of years of experience they carry, but it's also because this is the skill segment in the market that my colleagues on the call can tap into as advisors. And again, this is something that Hunt Partners does, right? Because what are we looking for as young entrepreneurs? We're looking for an intuitive play. We're also looking for great talent, but we're also looking for reflection. We're looking for what's been done, what's proven, what can we imbibe, how can we tweak? So for that, experience is key, right? So creating advisory boards, bringing operating advisors on boards, tapping into that talent in late 50s and early 60s, making them feel still relevant. So that is another way where firms like us can contribute. So I'll stop there.
Thank you so much. Lot of important pieces of advice. And one thing which I am very happy about, that there are people who are actually talking about people in their 60s and 70s and making use of them. And soon I'll be reaching them. Nikita, I hope you remember me someday that there was somebody that oldie sitting there. So I hope all of us in that age bracket are finding productive use for ourselves in the industry in times to come. Now, coming to the PropTech side of it, Nikita, thank you so much. I loved every moment of it. For PropTech now there are two panelists who are coming from this specific domain. Now, I will start with Akash. Ryan, I'll come to you towards the end because I think CRM is what I gathered is what I would love to pick your brains upon. But Akash, PropTech, this is one field we've been recently talking about. I was on a CII event and grilling a few of prominent developers, asking them this question, कि आप लोग PropTech की बात करते हो, लेकिन जब कोई PropTech का solution लेके आता है तो आप उसको कितना revenue assure कर सकते हो? Because ultimately it all depends on your sustainabilities. How will you continue to grow your business to provide solutions to the industry? So my question in getting into it was when I said that you're spending 5% of your revenue on putting hoardings all over the cities. And that's exactly what is happening. You go to every city, you will see hoardings only of real estate. तो आप 4 से 5% आप टॉप लाइन का होर्डिंग पे लगा रहे हो, आपका फ्यूचर ग्रोथ के लिए क्या सोचा है आपने? Because if PropTech, AI, machine learning and all of them is going to be the future. And here we have a few developers. I'll come back to them with this question again. लेकिन आपसे आकाश, शुरुआत इस बात की करना चाह रहा हूं कि आप PropTech की बात कर रहे हो, अब तक आपने PropTech में कितना सक्सेस देखा, और अगर ज्यादा सक्सेस नहीं है, so where do you see that we can force, and I'm part of it because I've been talking about it on various industry platforms, last one recently on CII, and they made note of it, that what should it be done? आपको किसी को award दे देना, best PropTech company, etc. is one thing, but to ensure business, to ensure that आपके जो key learnings हैं, वो आप हमारी industry में कैसे incorporate कर पाओ, ये चीज अब तक मुझे होती हुई नहीं दिख रही है. If you want to differ it, please go ahead and tell me. Do you really see PropTech finding its place of glory under the sun today? Over to you, Akash.
Hey, hi, good evening. Thanks, Gulam, for asking this question. So I'll introduce myself. I'm a developer, to be frank. PropTech has been a very interesting part of my solution during my journey. So coming to PropTech question, to be very frank, PropTech is a very personalized solution a developer would look at. For example, some people would look at the sales part of it. Some people would look at a holistic solution in terms of construction, in terms of advancement of supply chain demand, in terms of how the digital marketing has to take place. I would defer to you that not a lot of developers, new age developers, depend on hoarding or print media extensively nowadays. Digital marketing, SEO, SMO, and plus influencing marketing, plus personalized touch in the marketing has gone up. It's due to the AI, it's due to the PropTech. We are able to geo-target people. We are able to understand the demographics. We are able to see what kind of behavioral patterns we have in terms of demographics. So I believe that a PropTech is a holistic solution, which would lead to a better real estate future in terms of finding that particular customized solution to a developer or to a customer also. Like saying smart homes, Alexa powered homes, Google powered homes, AI homes. Now, a lot of people are doing a lot of research. Like rightly said, a lot of developers from Pune are interested in giving a smart solution home. But just by giving the Alexa powered home, that doesn't become a PropTech solution. A PropTech solution would be, am I able to save the energy? What is the consumption of energy? What is the consumption of water happening at that particular flat, even if I'm there or even if I'm not there? What kind of green impact or the carbon emission we are doing in terms of utilizing the energy of that particular. If you see in today's time, all the ACs have gone up due to the summers. 38% of the entire carbon emission is taking place due to the AC, and the energy consumption has also gone up. So is PropTech going to provide solution for that? That are few basic questions. There are some players in the market who say that they will provide a particular solution, but I believe there is a lot of research and development to happen to get a proper solution in terms of what would be the personalized question a person would be asking depending on the geographical area. Pune being a very blessed city in terms of atmosphere, in terms of livability index. So Pune would have a different solution, Mumbai would have a different solution, Jaipur would have a different solution. So PropTech has to be a personalized solution. You can't have an average of problems. Yeah, you can define the baseline in terms of that the recovery should be taken place at the time. The demand should go at this time. So there could be a baseline to it, but everybody has a different way of running business. Standardization would come, but at the same time, everybody has to look at their way of looking at a PropTech and finding the solution which is right for them, rather than focusing on a holistic market. For an example, my ex-developer has this PropTech and I should go and hunt for him and I should get at a better cost. That should not happen. I believe a PropTech should be looked at as a personalized solution rather than having a holistic approach towards it.
Thank you so much. So PropTech as personalized solution is what you are focusing on or what you are pushing for. I'll come to you again. I don't know how much of time would we have left, but coming to Ryan, CRM. I guess, am I right if I ask you about CRM? Because when I read through all that, while you have real estate developer side backdrop as well, and IPCs and so on. But I want to believe right now you're in PropTech and CRM is the focus. Am I right, Ryan?
Well, Hulam, hi. First of all, I would like to introduce myself. I am a launch and a strategic partner. We are not into PropTech as yet, but we envision to be in the PropTech space in the future. So what we try and do currently is about we work on the pricing strategy, launch strategy for the developer in enhancing the sales and marketing in terms of sales, giving the right price and the right realization, and giving the right kind of pricing for a developer. So that's what we currently do. But yeah, we envision to become the largest PropTech maybe in the next year. So we are in a very nascent stage at this point in time. We've not started as yet, but just thoughts in mind is where we wanted to start off.
So Ryan, I would pick your brain on this aspect only. I think Akash said that he's also a developer, and hence perhaps the answer which I wanted from him was not fully. I could not get that answer very specifically. And whatever little I understand, I still want to believe that the developer side of it is still not warming up to AI, PropTech, and R&Ds, L&Ds as much as it should have. I think Akash spoke about smart homes. My career, first smart home I ever heard about was in Pune, from Pune. And I'm talking about 2008. I don't remember the name of the developer. That development was on Chandni Chowk Junction, somewhere on the highway. And I don't remember the name. That developer is gone, doesn't exist anymore. But he had started with much of a fanfare that the first smart home of the country, etc., etc. So a lot of it is lip service. I still want to believe, and I'm sure developers will have a lot of complaints against me for saying such things. Today, you're talking about old age home. Today, you're talking about tens of those concepts. Next 2 years, when your regular run-of-the-mill products will be doing well, because they're the ones which give you maximum profit, most of these jargons will be forgotten. You'll be back in that grind, ki mujhe to yahi karna hai. So the long-term solutions are typically missing in this fraternity, because ultimately, you can't blame them. It's commerce. So Ryan, question aapke liye ye hai. Do you see, assuming that you're getting into a PropTech startup, do you see the developers will be as attentive to your solutions that you're bringing on the table? Ryan?
Well, definitely yes, because there's lots happening in the PropTech solution because there has to be automated communication which needs to go to all the consumers in the market, because what happens is today the consumers, the channel partners and the developers, this is the mainframe that we have. So we engage and we automate a pivotal system which we have a proper property listing where we have scheduled viewing and also, frequently virtual property tools that we would going to have, we will engage in the future. And also what happens is while we try and generate the lead and qualify, so you also need to analyze each and every online queries from your social media interactions to the source of lead. I would also want to emphasize on the market analysis and the insights that we do before even, entering the market, or we have a go-to market strategy for the developers. So when you have artificial intelligence and machine learning coming in together, so obviously we will be able to kind of have a lot of algorithms going in the historical data with the lead management, and it kind of prioritizes the entire thing into conversion and then efficiency in getting the home buyer the right choice in having the right home for him.
Thank you so much. I guess while I have covered every panelist, but time constraint hai, कई दसियों बातें हैं, because there are youngsters here जिनको मैंने थोड़ा बहुत provoke भी किया है. I'm sure तब भी रहे हैं कि क्या क्या बातें बोल के जा रहा है. But to me the concern is 30 years में मैंने देखा है कि research and development real estate में होता जाता कुछ खास है नहीं. Lip service बहुत होती है. So even if you are upset with me, I want to at least think about it कि आगे चल के अगले 25 साल जब आप इस इंडस्ट्री को, इस कंट्री को केटर करने वाले हो, तो कहीं ना कहीं वो माइंडसेट शिफ्ट आना जरूरी है. So if I am able to jolt you out of the archaic mode of a typical developer, I would, even if you abuse me, I'll be happy that at least I catered to the industry and requirement in future. A quick one across the table, I will take this because I don't think we have more than 5-7 minutes. a minute each to all of you before I hand it over back to the organizers. Since we are talking about future, let's fantasize. When India is growing from 4 trillion to 25 trillion, what is your future fantasy? Because ultimately realities will come out of those fantasies, those dreams. So how big is it that you can dream? We'll start in that order. I have the windows in front of me. Anup, starting with you. In 1 minute, what is the dream that you have for Bharat?
1 minute dream is that we automate the entire. So in the morning, Binita just said that in 5 minutes, we were shown by an AI expert that how do you design an entire new project based on the UDCR laws that are governing that city. And in another 5 minutes, he would come up with the elevations also and the logos also, and also the entire data of that market, micro market. And that is what we are looking. But this is on the developer side. We have already progressed a lot on the sales side, but we don't use AI and chat GPT much when it comes to our legal side or our architect planning side, which I think will be a great boost in near future, including the government authorities, where we still rely on doing a physical demarcation on site, which should be completely done by by GPS, and you have Google Earth and everything. It should be done that. I'm looking at that era, where my children are very much interested in coming and working in the real estate industry, and it's no more a game of who knows who, and it's a leveled platform for everybody to perform with their own credibility.
Good vision. Thank you so much, Anup. Over to you, Mohit.
So as I started, for me, it is for us, I would say for our group, it is more about sustainability. So I would just hope that more and more developers take the sustainable route and they make net zero projects across the country, because we need that in future if we want to grow and if we want to see a brighter future for the country. So yes, I would request everyone, all of my colleagues here, to make sustainable homes and net zero projects. And I think one thing which is lacking in our industry is customer delight. Our industry is still not looked in the best possible manner. अभी भी industry treat नहीं करा जाता. अभी भी लगता है builder है, पैसे कमाता है, पता नहीं क्या करता है. This is the common notion across the country. So, and it is true to some aspects, but मैं सिंपल सी बात करता हूँ. अपन एमिरेट्स में जाते हैं, एक सिंपल बिजनेस क्लास की टिकट खरीदते हैं, उसमें वो आपको ऐसी 7 स्टार सर्विस देते हैं. एंड हमारे यहाँ हमारा कस्टमर 1 करोड़ का, 2 करोड़ का, 10 करोड़ का मकान खरीदता है. He deserves 7-star service because he has taken the most important decision of his whole life. उसका अगले 100 साल का एड्रेस वो बनने वाला है. So he deserves all the customer delight. So these two things, I envision that सारे fellow developers ये सब करेंगे. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mohit. Thank you so much. Nikita, your vision for the future of India, the Bharat in next 25 years. Nikita, unmute yourself, please.
Ghulam, you're sounding like a true patriot, and I'm so glad you've raised this question, because you make each one of us an equal true blue patriot. My vision is, the theme is the grass is greener on my side. Right? Now, this literally means today homes is aspirational and not very accessible. So my dream is to see that a very simple but a very critical product like a home or a house equally affordable and accessible to all the Indians in the course of the next many, many years. That's
Thank you so much. Thank you so much. Home is aspirational product. Thanks, Nikita. Ryan, over to you, please.
I think my dream for real estate and the vision would be where technology seamlessly integrates with the environment, which creates sustainability and vibrant communities. Because I think that's what is lacking today, because we don't have sustainability and vibrant communities. So I think with the smart cities and the AI and IoT, we'll be able to kind of optimize the resources uses, and we'll be able to kind of bring in a lot of diverse population and have social equality and economic prosperity.
Thank you so much, Ryan. Over to you, Akash.
To be very frank now, 25-year kind of a vision is a huge vision. It's a 2.5-decade vision. I believe that affordability index and the livability of the index of the country should go up. The healthcare sector should come to the optimum level. The house affordability in terms of metro cities and rural urban housing also should take place. I believe that a lot of infrastructure growth is happening. I believe it should penetrate to till the last benefiting person. If this happens, India will have a very holistic growth in terms of economy and in terms of overall development.
Great view, Akash. Thank you so much. And ultimately, sorry to conclude this with you, but Piyush, last but not the least, your vision for what you would see India in next 25 years.
I think housing for all is something that should have been there. I mean, 25 years is a lot of time though. But if in next 10 years also, if we are able to give housing to everybody, I think that's something that would change.
उसके आगे के 15 साल के क्या करोगे आप पीयूष?
फिर और अच्छे घर बनाएंगे.
Okay, thank you so much. It was fun interacting with you all. And हम लोगों में ये कहते हैं कि अगर आप नौजवानों के साथ वक्त गुजारो तो आपको बुढ़ापे का एहसास नहीं होता. So today was that day for me. आप लोगों के दरमियान जो वक्त आज गुजारा है, it's going to be extremely precious. It's something which I would value for the rest of my life. So with that, I bring it back to you, Swapna. Thank you so much for giving me this opportunity to participate in this. As usual, a great fun to be a part of Realty Plus programs. Thanks. Over to you, Swapna.
Thanks, Ghulam. Keeping aside your many years of work in the industry and the sector, you are young at heart. So as a young person, what is your fantasy for next 25 years?
अच्छा, आपने मेरी ही मुझ पर ही पलटा दी. Sorry to say this, हम कहते हैं मेरी बिल्ली मुझी से मियाओ. चलिए ठीक है, आपने वो सवाल मुझी से कर दिया. देखिए, where we stand from, the vantage point that we are at, we are doing a lot of work in infrastructure domain. और जब मैंने मोहित से ये सवाल किया था, मोहित रोड की बात कर रहे हैं, मैं मास रैपिड ट्रांसपोर्ट की बात कर रहा था. जब हाई स्पीड रेल, दुनिया में 300 किलोमीटर पर आवर की हाई स्पीड रेल कॉमन है. आप लंदन चले जाइए, कहीं भी चले जाइए, आपको 15 सिटीज में मिल रही है. इंडिया में हम उस ईरा में एंटर कर रहे हैं. हम उसे बुलेट ट्रेन कर रहे हैं, which is truly not a bullet train. It is only a high speed rail, HSR, but we will get there. आप जापान जाइएगा, आपको 550-600 किलोमीटर पर आवर की स्पीड वाली ट्रांसपोर्ट मैकेनिज्म मिल रही है. So if you're asking me, my future is that in next 25 years, we shall see distances evaporating. Waqt, I think it was Nikita who spoke about it, and then later on Anup also spoke about speed. Speed is actually that. The whole community, 1.5 billion, कितने हमारे जितने लोग हैं सारे, उनको इकट्ठा अगर हम 3 घंटे से 4 घंटे के फासले पे कन्याकुमारी से कश्मीर पहुंचना शुरू कर दें, फिर देखिए क्या फर्क पड़ता है. तो if you talk about Japan, the connect is that, because the whole landmass of Japan is connected so well, and that is what is going to be the nerve center of Indian growth. Infrastructure growth will bring us all so close to each other that we all will be able to participate in the growth. I don't know how long will I last. I would love to be there when we conclude 100 years of Bharat. लेकिन that future is extremely bright. मेरी आंखें चुंधिया रही हैं हमारा मुस्तकबिल देखकर, पर ये हम यहाँ खड़े हैं. लोगों को शायद इस बात का एहसास आज नहीं हो रहा, लेकिन जरूर होगा. जिनको नहीं हो रहा उनको अगले चंद सालों में होगा. But that is what future is calling, and that's exactly why I was so interested, so excited when you ask about talking you the future. They are the future. We will be there only to support them if at all they need us. Thank you so much, Sapna.
Yeah, couldn't agree more with you, Ghulam. And yes, looking at all these young entrepreneurs, yes, our future is bright. And I know you have another meeting to attend to. So thank you so much, Ghulam, for being here with us, talking to these, young professionals of Indian real estate, and for all the positive sentiment that all our speakers have presented here. So great, the future is bright. Thank you so much, Ghulam. Thank you, everyone, Nikita, Mohit, Anup, Piyush, Akash, everyone for being here with us, joining us, Ryan being here, part of this session. Thank you very much. We couldn't have concluded this conclave on a better note than this.
Thanks, Sapna.
Thank you, everyone.
Thank you so much.
So with that very youthful end of this wonderful conclave, let me thank to all our speakers of the day of this conclave, Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Conclave 2024, for making these sessions, these deliberations and discussions so informative, interesting, and thought-provoking. And thanks to the awesome audience as well who had been sharing their questions with us all through. So now, ladies and gentlemen, let's move on to the much-awaited felicitation segment of the evening. And let me hand it over to our dynamic host of the evening, Shubhajit Ghosh, to take us through the Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Excellence Awards 2024 ceremony. Shubhajit, over to you.
Thank you so much, Sapna. I believe I'm audible and I'm visible to everybody over here. Can I please have that validation before going forward?
Yes, Shubhajit, go ahead.
I'm visible and I'm audible, right?
Right.
I think brilliant, brilliant, brilliant. Thank you so much. And I was just hearing the discussion that was happening, I believe the concluding panel before we got going with the awards, and a lot of good things were said about the future. I think hope is what we'll live for. On that note, let's get going. Thank you so much, Sapna. There was some really interesting and captivating conversations that we had the privilege to hear today. Ladies and gentlemen, a very warm welcome to you all to the 4th edition of the Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Excellence Awards 2024. As you all know, the mission of these awards is very simple, which is to spotlight the exceptional young talent within the Indian real estate industry. These individuals have showcased outstanding performance, innovation, and creativity while also playing a humongous role in propelling the sector's growth. Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm your host, Shubhajit Ghosh, as Sapna rightly said, and it's my pleasure, an absolute pleasure, to welcome you all to this spectacular evening of honors and recognition going forward. Today evening, as we gather over here to celebrate the young generation and honor the dynamic professionals who not only have achieved business objectives, but also infused the industry with a fresh perspective and innovation. Furthermore, I'm very, very happy and pleased to inform you all that the event is being currently live streamed on the Realty Plus website, which is www.rprealtyplus.com, as well as on the Realty Plus LinkedIn and Facebook pages @RP Realty Plus. Ladies and gentlemen, like I always love to say, this is the world of social media. Everybody's using social media. So please do tag us. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter as well @RP Realty Plus, and on Instagram as RP_realty. So please get those tweets going. Please get those Insta stories going. We are definitely looking forward to that. Before we commence with the award ceremony, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important for all of us. Already we know, but then it's very important to delve deep into what Realty Plus is all about. So can I please request the team to play the AV to give us a sneak peek into what Realty Plus is all about?
Show the world which path to choose in a crisis. Some brands are born to do the same. And during the times of challenge, the stalwarts of the Indian real estate industry have chosen to do just that. By showing others the way to finding opportunities even amidst a crisis. By showing the world how to go about delivering on promises even amidst adversity. Success doesn't just happen. It happens by design. By pushing the boundaries, by raising the path. It takes days to develop a vision and nights to make it a reality. Knowing that pictures are worth 1,000 words and that every word makes a difference. It's doing the research, trusting your instinct, and finishing what you started. For the past 19 years, Realty Plus has been turning obstacles into opportunities. Keeping the industry informed on the latest developments. Innovating to inspire debates and discussions. Bringing forth the perspectives of the industry leaders. Honoring hard work and achievements, keeping the industry connected. This is what we are built on. This is what we are building. We are Realty Plus, and we lead the way.
All right. So, like it was said in the promo itself, that if you're doing great work, if you're doing good work, if you're working hard, and if you're creating something for a better tomorrow, Reality Plus is the place where you get honored in the best way possible. There's absolutely no better platform than this. So, please, ladies and gentlemen, give it up for Reality Plus. I know you can't clap over here, but if you can just, kind of press your mics over there and flash your mics to honor Reality Plus, the platform that it has always been the front runner in the space, ladies and gentlemen. So as we all know, this was a concise overview of what Realty Plus is all about. And of course, for more understanding, better understanding of its varied range of products, you can always reach out to Ms. Tripti Kedia, who's the publisher and business head of Realty Plus. Give it up for Tripti as well, please, ladies and gentlemen. I would love it if you can flash your mics for Tripti. So we would like to take this opportunity, ladies and gentlemen, to express our gratitude to our organization for its unwavering support. Can we please have the partner slide, please? Business media partner, BW, Business World Media Group, online media partner, exchangeformedia.com, and of course, organized by Realty Plus, ladies and gentlemen. So now, dear friends, it's time to begin with the awards and honoring our young and esteemed winners of the day. Before we proceed, let's gain insight from our eminent jury members regarding the selection process and our exceptional winners. So can I please request the team to play the jury AV for all of us?
Hi everyone, I'm Amit Diwan, country head at Heinz India and a jury member for the 4th Realty Plus 40 under 40 Conclave and Excellence Awards. These awards celebrate the incredible talent shaping the future of real estate in India. I'm quite excited to see how you all are innovating and creating new benchmarks in any part of the real estate value chain that you like. Be it design, construction, sustainability, financing, broking, technology, or anything else, where you've made impactful contributions and are taking the industry forward. I'm looking for clarity of thought, a clear vision for the future, inspiring storytelling, leadership skills, and examples of strong impact and delivery from you.
All right, so brilliant indeed. When you get to hear from the experts themselves, that's exactly what counts. Now, dear friends, it's time to begin the awards ceremony honoring our young and esteemed winners for the day. In the meticulous process of selection, our esteemed leaders have demonstrated their dedication and acumen in identifying the foremost talents, underscoring the weight of their responsibility. Now, without further ado, ladies and gentlemen, I present to you all the winners of the Realty Plus 40 under 40 Excellence Awards 2024. We request all the winners and jury members to please remain live with us till the very end, because we are going to be having group winning photo shots with all of you. So we'll be taking a group photo with all of you together to celebrate this momentary occasion. So I request you all to kindly be there right till the very end. Also, do remember to tag us in our winning shots. And on that note, can we please begin with the awards?
Welcome to the 4th Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Awards 2024, where we celebrate the future of youth in the Indian real estate industry. Today, we honor the young tycoons who have made a remarkable impact. In this 4th edition, we proudly present the dynamic young stalwarts who will be crowned as award winners of the Realty Plus 40 Under 40 2024. All the winners are presented in alphabetical order. Ladies and gentlemen, the moment we've all been waiting for has arrived. Introducing our inaugural award recipient, a visionary entrepreneur and tech enthusiast transforming the real estate landscape. And the award goes to Akhil Saraf, founder and CEO, Realty.
Ladies and gentlemen, please take a moment to honor the efforts put forward by Akhil Saraf, founder and CEO, Realty, who wins. We have Komal Tomke joining us, who is actually receiving the honor on behalf of him. So can we have Komal Tomke over here, joining us over here, please?
Hi, thank you so much.
Hi,
Thank you so much for this award. Thrilled and honored to receive this award on behalf of Akhil. It's a truly well-deserved award. Thank you so much, Tripti, Sapna, and the entire team of Realty Plus and the esteemed jury. Thank you so much for this. Though Akhil is quite young to be under 40, but this is a very great recognition. Thank you so much.
This is just the beginning of many things going forward for him till he actually reaches 40.
Yes.
Congratulations. Thank you so much. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Shubham.
Best wishes going forward. Thank you. All right. So on that note, can we please move forward to our next winner, please?
Unveiling our next leader, a young and dynamic entrepreneur redefining industrial real estate. And the award goes to Anish Nathan, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Solution, Knight Frank, India.
Ladies and gentlemen, please flash your mics for Anish Nathan, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Solution, Knight Frank, India. Can we please have Anish joining us over here, please?
Hi, Shubhojit. Thank you.
Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Hello, everyone. I would like to, first of all, thank all the jury members for providing us this platform and for acknowledging our contributions in this field of real estate. I feel honored receiving this award and immensely grateful for this gratitude. Thank you, everyone. Thank you so much.
It's well deserved, Anish, and I wish you many more going forward in the future. May we keep connecting like this. Congratulations.
Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you so much. That was Anish Nathan. On that note, I request the team for our next winner, please.
Introducing our next champion, crafting legacies of excellence and integrity beyond mere structures. And the award goes to Ankita Sood, Director and Head of Research, Growth and Marketing, REA India.
Ladies and gentlemen, appreciation of the highest intensity for Ankita Sood, Director and Head of Research, Growth and Marketing, REA India. Give it up for Ankita, please. Can we please have Ankita over here joining us?
Hi, I'm already there, Shubhajit. Hi.
Wonderful. Hi. Congratulations. And I love that smile. That's the smile of a winner.
Thank you. Thank you for that wonderful introduction. Firstly, I'd like to thank the Realty Plus team and the grand jury for recognizing my contribution to the real estate industry. Thank you so much. I'm truly humbled. I'd like to thank my mentors also through all the organizations who've stood with me, along with my team and my family and friends. I'm truly humbled. Thank you for this honor. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Ankita, and wishing you many more in the future. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you.
All right. So on that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Our upcoming leader is committed to pioneering innovation within the real estate sector. And the award goes to Anup Jamtani, Managing Director, Jamtani Realty Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man of the moment, Anup Jamtani, Managing Director, Jamtani Realty Private Limited. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have Mr. Anup joining us over here?
Hi, Shubhajit. I'm right here. Thank you so much for this glorious award. I would like to thank Realty Plus and all the jury. And above all, I would just like to say that I'm just the face of the company. This award actually goes to my team who are there watching me right now. And thank you, my team, for pushing me to enroll for this. And I'm at the crisp of almost 40. I'm 39. So yeah, I didn't really have a lot of time before I could be here. And otherwise, I would not have made it. So thanks, my team. Thanks, the jury. And thanks, Realty Plus.
You spoke about being 39 and 40. I think the timing was equally good as Sachin Tendulkar's straight drive. Congratulations, Mr. Anup. Thank you. All right. So on that note, can I please request for our next winner?
Announcing our next winner, championing social responsibility and environmental stewardship in real estate. And the award goes to Arihant Raj Parak, Director, Orbit Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, Arihant Raj Parak, Director, Orbit Group. That's the name. Give it up for him, please, ladies and gentlemen.
Thank you, Shubhajit, and the entire team of Realty Plus and the jury for this honor. It's very humbling and gratifying that your efforts are being recognized on such a forum. Although the award is being taken by me, but the credit goes to the entire team of Orbit Group, and the efforts that everyone puts in. Again, a very big thank you to all of you for the recognition. Thank you so much.
So you can plan a special lunch with the whole team honoring the efforts or whatever.
I would, for sure.
We would love to be tagged in that photo.
For sure. I will do that for sure. And I'll surely tag Realty Plus. And you as well.
Absolutely. That's the kind of buzz we need. Thank you. Congratulations. Wish you many more in the future.
Thank you so much.
On that note, ladies and gentlemen, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Introducing our real estate victor, transforming properties one visionary investment at a time. And the award goes to Arya Sumant, Managing Director, Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please flash your mics for Arya Sumans, Managing Director, Eden Realty Ventures Private Limited. We have Viswadeep Gupta receiving the award honor over here on his behalf. So can we please have Viswadeep Gupta joining us over here, please? Do we have Mr. Viswadeep Gupta joining us over here?
You can check the Arya Sumant.
Yes. Hi. Welcome, sir, and congratulations.
Yeah, thank you very much. And we thank Realty Plus for awarding our Managing Director, Arya Sumant, with this award. Thank you very much.
So looking forward to the celebration photos on social media. Please do tag Realty.
Absolutely, will do that.
Thank you so much. Wishing you a lot more in the future. Thank you.
Thank you.
All right, ladies and gentlemen, quickly let's move on to our next award, please.
Introducing our next Realty Plus 40 Under 40 winner, a trailblazer inspiring the next generation of leaders. And the award goes to Ashish Bhutani, CEO, Bhutani Infra.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ashish Bhutani, CEO, Bhutani Infra. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here. But then, of course, we can still extend the good wishes that he has earned because of all the hard work and wonderful stuff that he has done in this space. So once again, please flash your mics for Ashish Bhutani. Congratulations to him. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Introducing our next dynamic woman achiever, empowering success in real estate's realm. And the award goes to Benita Dalal, founder and managing partner at Mount K Capital and head of fundraising at Rustomji Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, Benita Dalal it is, founder and managing partner at MTK Capital and head of fundraising at Rustomji Group. Can we please have Benita joining us over here? Do we have Benita joining us over here? I think we'll wait for a few more seconds. Do we have Benita over here? I think, okay, we'll move on, but then nonetheless, congratulations to Benita once again, many more for her in the future. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Introducing our next winner, a visionary leader in the urban development industry. And the award goes to Deep Vadodaria, CEO, Neela Spaces Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, Deep Vadodaria, CEO, Neela Spaces Limited is visionary leader in the true sense of the term. Do we have Deep joining us over here?
Yeah, hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Reality Plus, and thank you, the jury, for recognizing what we're doing. We are a relatively fresh company doing exciting stuff in urban domain, and we will continue to do so. And it was nice hearing out all of these young people trying to do wonderful things. And I would like to connect to so many of them offline. And thank you again, Reality Plus, for creating a platform for talent like ours, and more importantly, recognizing. Thank you so much.
Congratulations, Mr. Deep. Good work is always recognized and encouraged in the best way possible. That is what Reality Plus is always known for. Many congratulations to you. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Let's give a round of applause for our next winner, who is driven to create value for business and people. And the award goes to Ishika Bhaktani, founder and CEO, EB Realty.
Ladies and gentlemen, Taliyon ki goonj and highest intensity appreciation for Ishika Bhaktani, please, founder and CEO, EB Realty. Can we please have Ishika joining us over here on the live screen?
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, Realty Plus and the team and the jury members. I'm incredibly honored to receive this award. In fact, this recognition motivates us to continue delivering exceptional service and results in the real estate industry. Thank you once again. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much. May you keep driving your way to success. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Introducing our next winner, innovating the sector and creating social impact in remarkable ways. And the award goes to Kumar Gaurav, AVP Strategic Initiatives, Kalpataru Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, please flash your mics and give it up for Mr. Kumar Gaurav, please. AVP Strategic Initiatives, Kalpataru Limited. Can we please have Mr. Kumar joining us over here?
Yeah, hi Shivajit. Thank you. Thank you everyone for this prestigious honor. It's a privilege to be recognized alongside such accomplished individuals. Huge thanks to Realty Plus, the jury, my colleagues and friends who have been indispensable in this journey of mine. And I'm grateful to my collaborators and dedicate this to those who inspire me. Thank you so much.
Congratulations to you. Congratulations to them as well who inspire you. And congratulations to the future generation, the ones whom you inspire going forward. Congratulations.
Thank you so much.
On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Introducing our next winner, a multifaceted talent, developer, national best-selling author, and world record holder. And the award goes to Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla, Managing Partner, M Realty.
Multifaceted talent indeed. That's what Dr. Advocate Harshul Savla is all about. Can we please give it up for him, ladies and gentlemen? Do we have Harshul Savla joining us over here?
Yeah, thank you, Realty Plus. It's a proud moment. This is the 4th edition of the 40 under 40, and glad to share that I have featured in all the 4 editions. So very thankful to the team for acknowledging. Thank you.
Congratulations, sir. By the next time we have this award, how many more prefixes are you adding apart from doctor and advocate?
Hopefully some more.
Looking forward. Congratulations. Wish you all the best.
Thank you. Thank you.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Celebrating our next winner, a marketer passionate about building brands that propel business success. And the award goes to Harshvardhan Wadhwa, Managing Director of House of Wadhwa.
All right, so give it up for Harshvardhan Wadhwa, Managing Director of House of Wadhwa, ladies and gentlemen. He is not joining us physically over here, but we have a special video from his end, which he has sent to all of us. So can we please play that video?
Hey guys, I'd like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to the entire Realty Plus team for selecting me as one of the winners. It is an absolute honor to be a part of this list, considering the names that have been here past and present. I know that I'm still in the very early stages of my career and that my association with this industry is going to be a long one. A big shout out to my entire team who worked so hard. This award goes out to them more than me. And also a big congratulations to all the other winners who I'm sure have worked so hard to get here.
Thank you so much. That was Harshvardhan Wadhwa, ladies and gentlemen. On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Announcing our next leader, pioneering the path in the dynamic world of real estate. And the award goes to Joveth De Silva, Associate Regional Manager, Project Management Services, Knight Frank, India.
Pioneering the path in the dynamic world, indeed. That's what Joveth De Silva is all about, Associate Regional Manager, Project Management Services, Knight Frank, India. Can we please have him over here?
So hi, thank you Realty Plus for this wonderful recognition. I mean, this is not only a motivation, but this will help us and to excel in professionally. So thank you so much. I think this is a reminder. This serves as a reminder that youth can bring a lot of changes. So let's break barriers and lead with a purpose. Thank you once again, Realty Plus, and to all my mentors who are responsible for shaping me what I am today. Thank you so much.
Youth can not just bring a lot of changes, youth can bring a lot names. You can bring all changes. That is what youth is all about, and you're definitely driving that as a force to reckon with. Congratulations. Wish you many more in the future.
Thank you so much.
On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Unveiling our next awardee, where leadership shapes landscapes and futures. And the award goes to Karan Chopra, co-founder and chief investment officer, Table Space.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karan Chopra, it is co-founder and chief investment officer, CIO, Table Space. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here, but we can still flash our mics as a source of encouragement for all the good work that he has done, because of which Realty Plus has honored him. Give it up for Karan Chopra. And on that note, I request the team for our next winner, please.
The young leader isn't just building properties. They're crafting legacies with a vision spanning generations. And the award goes to Karthik R, Associate Regional Manager, Project Management Services, Knight Frank, India.
Ladies and gentlemen, Karthik R, Associate Regional Manager, Project Management Services, Knight Frank, India it is. Can we please have Mr. Karthik joining us over here?
Yeah, hi, Surajit. Thank you for this recognition. Delighted to be one of the winners of this very prestigious award. Big thank you to Realty Plus for providing such a platform which help inspire people like me. I would like to thank my organization, Knight Frank, for providing newer challenges and opportunities, which has helped me reach a good level at the personal as well as professional level. So thank you once again. Truly honored to win this award.
Congratulations, sir. May you keep continuing to craft legacies in the future as well. Thank you so much. Just a quick bit of announcement before we move forward, ladies and gentlemen, for especially the ones who joined us late. We will be having a special group photograph once all the awards are done with all the winners. So I request you all to kindly be there with us till the end. Even if your award is done, even if you have received the trophy, even if you have received the honor, I request you all to kindly stay back till the end, because we are all set to be having a special group photo, which is definitely an unmissable moment. So I request you all to kindly be there till the very end. On that note, can I please request for our next winner, please?
Yes.
Our next leader is driving social impact and community engagement. And the award goes to Kushal Bhargava, co-founder, My Branch Services Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a moment to appreciate Mr. Kushal Bhargava, co-founder, My Branch Services Private Limited. I believe he has joined. Sir, please continue.
Yeah. Firstly, I would like to thank Reality Plus and the jury members to select me and my branch, which is part of the co-working sector. It's nice to see that co-working industry like us is also forming part of the real estate industry. Again, look out for space of my branch because we are looking at expanding across India, and it's a big shout out to the entire my branch team. Thank you.
So congratulations, and I hope that my branch very soon becomes such a beautiful thing that it actually becomes our branch. Every Indian says our branch. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Congratulations. And just a quick bit of, I would say, update, a little announcement. I request everybody who's not speaking to kindly keep their, phones on in mute, because we don't want to distract any of our winners who are speaking. So I request everybody to kindly keep themselves on mute when perhaps they are supposed to speak. If you can kindly speak and unmute yourself then. Thank you so much. And on that note, can I please request for our next winner?
Congratulations to our outstanding winner, embodying excellence in every square foot. And the award goes to Chiron Dinshaw, Joint Vice President Marketing and Commercial Leasing, Piramal Realty.
Ladies and gentlemen, Chiron Dinshaw it is, Joint Vice President Marketing and Commercial Leasing from Piramal Realty. Everybody knows about it. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here, but we can still flash our mics to honor the excellence that he has provided from his end, because of which Realty Plus has chosen to honor him. Give it up for Chiron Dinshaw, please, ladies and gentlemen. And on that note, I'll request for our next winner, please.
Our upcoming Young Leaders Awards celebrate innovation, vision, and the emerging generation shaping the industry's future. And the award goes to Mohit Jaju, CEO and Executive Director, Subh Ashish Homes.
Congratulations to Mohit Jaju, CEO and Executive Director, Subhashish Homes. Can we please have Mr. Mohit joining us over here?
Hi, Subhajit. Thank you so much. Thank you so much, first of all. Second, I would like to thank the jury, the Realty Plus team, who keeps doing such initiatives, which not only motivates people like me, but even others, fraternity members. I would like to thank my team at Shubhashish Homes. It is their award, actually, not my award. To be very honest, it is because of their good performances that here I am getting this award. So this award is for my team and my mentor, my father, Mr. J.K. Jaju. So he's the guiding light and guiding force for me to get this award. Thank you so much once again.
What a wonderful Thanksgiving note, and I'm pretty sure your team as well as your honorable father, he will be very proud of your achievement today. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you so much.
On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Celebrating our real estate 40 under 40 winner, a trailblazer shaping the industry's future with talent, tenacity, and vision. And the award goes to Munisa Khan, Principal Consultant, Advisory Services, Knight Frank, India.
Ladies and gentlemen, trailblazer and a force to reckon with indeed, Munisa Khan, Principal Consultant, Advisory Services, Knight Frank, India. Can we please have Munisa Khan over here?
Hi, thank you so much, Realty Plus. I'm deeply honored and humbled. Thank you, Knight Frank, for believing in me. Thanks to all my mentors who took me under their wings, and the most beloved team members for bearing with me and their continued faith in me. I think this award belongs to all of us. Yeah, I'm grateful. Thank you.
They have given you the wings and you're flying in the best way possible. Congratulations. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Our next winner plays a pivotal role in shaping strategic decisions within finance and sales. And the award goes to Neil Thakkar, Managing Director, Dharmadev Infrastructure.
Is there any technological glitch over here? I believe there's a technological glitch. I'll request everybody to kindly please hold on and wait. So I believe a lot of things have been doing and have been going on. And I can see all the people over here who have joined us. Some of the cameras are on, some of the audios are on, some of the mics are, I believe, off. But then I know it's quite a challenge to attend these, especially when it's virtual. You don't really get the vibe of an on-ground feel. But then still, a lot of people have taken out their efforts to join us over here. Anybody wants to? I want to kind of interact, because normally in virtual events you don't really get to interact with the people because awards are happening one after the other. But I see Mr. Neil Thakkar joining us over here. So, and I see that white smile on his face. What do you have to say about these technological glitches and everything? Let's have a bit of fun discussion right now.
See, first of all, let me clear, this is not Neil. I'm a Vikalp Jain, the Vice President of the group, Dharmadev Infrastructures. But definitely that all credit goes to Neil Thakkar. He's not available as of now. And definitely this is in this world we are living right now, there's a technology in everything. So glitches definitely would be there, but it's a part of the system. So we cannot blame on it. I wish that whatever the process is going on, instead of the online, in the virtual meeting, we could be physically present on the awards. Last time we have done a lot of fun over there, physically once we were present there. So I would like to extend my heartfelt gratitude to each and every member, specifically Trapti and their team, their dedication, hard work, and the commitment that lead to us receiving the prestigious 40 under 40 awards. So thanks a lot. Thanks for the outstanding contributions, for going above and beyond, and for being an integral part of our success. Let's continue to innovate, collaborate, and achieve even greater milestone.
Congratulations, sir. Please keep moving forward with the same zeal and enthusiasm and dedication. You keep doing the great work. We will love to honor you in the best way possible. Congratulations.
Thank you. Thank you, buddy.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Meet our next winner, turning aspirations into achievements, one key at a time. And the award goes to Nikita Garg, partner, Hunt Partners.
I absolutely love that introduction. It's about turning aspirations into achievements. A life mantra a lot of you should follow. Give it up for Nikita Garg, partner, Hunt Partners. Do we have Nikita joining us over here?
Thanks, Subhajit. This is an excellent initiative. Thank you, Realty Plus, Tripti, Sapna, and team. And this is a first of its kind industry recognition for me, and I thank you for the opportunity. Also, congratulations to my fellow winners on the call today. And I look forward to taking the group photograph later. Have a nice evening.
I love that closing statement. That is what we are here for, because it's not just about celebrating your victory. It's about celebrating the victory of everybody from your space who's doing good work. Congratulations, Nikita. We would love to see that group photo as well shared from your end. Thank you.
Thank you.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Our next winner adds a unique architectural perspective to the role of a real estate developer. And the award goes to Nitin Rajan, Director, Buildtech.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man of the moment, Nitin Rajan, Director, who's from Buildtech. Unfortunately, we do not have him joining with us over here, but then we have a special video from his end. So if we can kindly play that video for all of you over here.
Hello everyone, a very good evening to all. Firstly, let me take this opportunity to thank Realty Plus and the esteemed jury to have included me in the list of 40 under 40. It's an absolute honor to be a part of this prestigious list. I would like to dedicate this to my entire team at Buildtech and Ananta Living, whose work and passion is one of the fundamental reasons for this honor. Thank you.
Many congratulations. And on that note, we'll request for our next winner, please.
Meet our next young leader, inspiring progress, shaping communities, and paving the way for future generations. And the award goes to Parth Patel, Managing Director, Kavisha Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, the magic of peace, the magic of two P's, Parth Patel, Managing Director, Kavisha Group. Give it up for him, please. Can we please have Mr. Parth Patel over here? I believe he's not joining us over here, so congratulations anyway. Nonetheless, may he keep doing the great work. On that note, I'll request for our next winner, please.
From property prowess to market mastery, our real estate champion shines brightest in every transaction. And the award goes to Ponnappa PM, Associate General Manager, Brigade Plus, Brigade Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's give a huge shout out for the man of the moment, Ponnappa PM, Associate General Manager, Brigade Plus, Brigade Group. Can we please have him over here joining us?
Hi, Shobhajit. Good evening.
Good evening. Congratulations.
Thanks for having me. Thanks to Realty Plus as well. I'm actually very honored to be considered for the award and for the 40 Under 40 Excellence Award as well. I think my thanks to those without whom I couldn't have done this, even managed some of my small accomplishments. My thanks to my family, the Brigade family, my team, of course, my colleagues and peers, my guides and mentors over the many years. Very humbled by this recognition. Thank you so much. Much appreciated.
Congratulations. And I'm a little confused. What is shining more? Is the sky shining more or your brightened face? Congratulations on that.
Thank you.
On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Pioneering the future, one bold step at a time, and transforming aspirations into tangible realities. And the award goes to Prajit Mastakar, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions, Knight Frank, India.
Ladies and gentlemen, Knight Frank India is at it once again. Prajit Mastakar, Associate Director, Occupier Strategy and Solutions. Can we please have him over here?
Thank you, Subhajit. Thank you, Realty Plus, for recognizing my efforts. Special thanks to my team, without which it was not possible. Once again, congratulations to all winners. Over to you, Subhajit.
Please do stay back when we have the group photo. We would love to see your smiling face over there as well. Once we have the group photo. Thank you. On that note, can we please move forward to our next winner, please?
In the realm of realty, our winner stands tall, building dreams one deal at a time. And the award goes to Prateek Agarwal, Chief Business Officer, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, the man of the moment, Prateek Agarwal, Chief Business Officer, SmartWorks Co-working Spaces Private Limited. Give it up for Mr. Prateek Agarwal, please. Can we please have Mr. Prateek joining us over here?
Hi, good evening, everyone. Thank you, Realty Plus and the esteemed jury for this recognition. I'm deeply grateful to my incredible team and the partners without whom this wouldn't have been possible. I'd also like to congratulate all the fellow winners today. Let's continue to make a difference. Thank you, everyone.
Many congratulations, Mr. Prateek, and I wish that you continue to do the great job that you've been doing so far. And I believe a huge shout out to Realty Plus as well, because I mean, people all over the country, all over the world, everybody being brought together, maybe online, but then everybody has been brought together all because of Realty Plus. So a huge shout out to Realty Plus once again for putting this up so brilliantly and honoring the best in the best way possible.
Absolutely.
So on that note, can we please move forward and look forward to our next winner, please?
Our next awardee, turning aspirations into achievements, one visionary project at a time. And the award goes to Preeti Agarwal, Assistant Vice President, FM Operations, Knight Frank, India.
I believe I really need to count the number of awards that Knight Frank India is taking home. Wonderful stuff. Preeti Agarwal, Assistant Vice President, FM Operations. Can we please have her over here?
Thank you. Thank you, Shubhajit. Thank you, Reality Plus. And thank you to all the respected jury members for, giving this recognition. This actually means a lot. Trust me. I mean, this is my first award on the external platform, and coming in from Reality Plus is in itself is a big encouragement for me to be part of this. Thank you so much. I just want to take a moment to dedicate this to my mentor and the guiding light of my professional journey throughout, Mr. Satish Rajendran. And he has been such a great support, and working with Knight Frank India. I mean, I don't have to mention it, but then definitely you yourself have said it just now. So Knight Frank India is doing really great. Thank you so much. Thank you so much for this. Thank you.
Absolutely. Congratulations. And you mentioned this is the first external award, I believe. So are you putting up a huge shout out for Reality Plus on your Instagram story? We're looking forward to that.
Of
Please
course,
tag all
of course, of course.
We'll be very happy to share. Congratulations. Wish you many more going forward. Thank you.
Thank you so much.
On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Joining the prestigious list, a visionary redefining workspaces for unmatched success. And the award goes to Piyush Lohia, Director, Lohia Worldspace.
Ladies and gentlemen, everybody over here, they know Lohia Worldspace, and we have Piyush Lohia, Director, winning this very special award. So congratulations to him. Can we please have Mr. Piyush joining us over here?
Hey, Subhajit, thank you so much for this Realty Plus. Absolutely thrilled to be receiving this. Recognition like this help us drive forward. This isn't just a win for me, it's a support for the entire team of Lohia Worldspace put together and everyone who inspires me. Congratulations to everyone, and let's continue to lead the way in our industry. Thanks a million.
Congratulations, and I hope that the Lohia group over there, they don't just drive, they fly like that. Congratulations.
Thank you.
On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Our next leader is paving the way with vision, vigor, and a drive to redefine the future of property. And the award goes to Ram Raheja, Managing Director, S. Raheja Realty.
Give it up for Ram Raheja, Managing Director of S. Raheja Realty Plus, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have Ram Raheja ji joining us over here? Hi, and congratulations.
Hi. How's it going?
Great stuff, and congratulations for this win.
Thank you so much. Sorry, I'm on the go, so you have some sounds around, but I'm just on the go. That's why. Thank you so much, guys. Happy to be a part of this. Sorry, this got cut off. Reality Plus's awards. Thank you so much.
Congratulations. I wish you many more going forward in the future. Thank you.
Thank you. Cheers. Bye.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Empowering real estate success, guiding visions to reality. And the award goes to Ravinder Chaudhary, Vice President, Unity One.
Like they say that the vision alone is not enough. It's all about turning it into reality. And that is what this man is all about. Give it up for Ravinder Chaudhary, Vice President, Unity One, ladies and gentlemen. Can we please have Mr. Ravinder joining us over here? Congratulations, Mr. Ravinder.
It's not going. Hi, thank you so much, Reality Plus, for this honor. Wonderful to be a part of a pool that has been selected this time. Special thanks to Reality Plus, the entire team, right from Anurag, Sapna, Tripti, and Melvin, who's been coordinating so well. And good to meet you, Subhajit, again. And
happy to see you as well.
Special word of thank to Prasad, who is a dear friend who pushed me through to go for it this time. And word of recognition and gratitude. Thank you so much, Reality Plus.
Congratulations. Many more, like I said in the last time as well. I'm telling you this now as well. This is going to be turning into reality even better. Thank you so much. Congratulations.
Thank you, Subhajit.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner, please?
Empowering the next generation of real estate pioneers. And the award goes to Ryan Munawar, founder, House Bay Consulting.
Ladies and gentlemen, please give it up for Ryan Munawar, founder, House Bay Consulting. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here, but we can still show him that support by cheering him in the best way possible for all the good work that he has done. On that note, can I please request for our next winner?
Excellence in real estate, where properties tell stories, and our winner crafts legends. And the award goes to Sarang Ganapati, Chief Operating Officer, Embassy Services Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sarang Ganapati, Chief Operating Officer, Embassy Services Private Limited. He's the man of the moment. We have Siddharth Sivaraman, who's joining us on his behalf to accept this special honor. Can we please have Siddharth Sivaraman over here?
Thank you, Subhajit. And thanks a lot to the Realty Plus team and especially to all the jurors. It's quite a task to evaluate so many of them. And it's a real honor to collect this on behalf of Sarang, becoming a CEO of such a large company at the age of just 32 years. We're all really proud of him. And again, thanks to all of you and all the best.
Congratulations. May the good work continue to happen in the best way. Thank you. Before I move forward, a quick note for everybody over here. Whoever is winning over here, we are very happy and proud of your achievement. I'll request everybody to stay with us till the very end. We're going to be having a group photo with all the winners over here together. And we genuinely do not want to miss out on even one winner. So it's my earnest request to everybody over here, please be patient. Even if your turn is done, please be there right till the very end so that we can get the perfect group photo at the end. On that note, can I please request for our next winner?
Next up, a prestigious winner, embodying exceptional leadership and innovation in real estate. And the award goes to Sanchit Gupta, co-founder, Aris Uniturn, RE Solutions Private Limited.
Sanchit Gupta, co-founder, Aris Uniturn, RE Solutions Private Limited, the man of the moment. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here, but then congratulations to him anyway, nonetheless. Wishing him many more in the future. On that note, can we please move on to our next winner?
Our next award shines a spotlight on dynamic visionaries and trailblazers, propelling innovation and excellence in the industry. And the award goes to Sunil Sisodia, founder, Gitanjali Homestay Private Limited.
Ladies and gentlemen, Sunil Sisodia, founder, Gitanjali Homestay Private Limited, the man of the moment. can we please have Mr. Sunil joining us over here?
Thank you, Subhojit Bose. Thank you. Thank you, Realty Plus. Thank you, jury, and entire Gitanjali team. Thank you, and my investor. And good luck, all of you, and congratulations, all of you guys. Have a nice day.
So it's a huge win. थोड़ा और smile कर दीजिए, please, widely. Ah, yes, ये हुआ ना बात. Congratulations. Well done.
Thank you, Subhojit. Thank you. Thank you so much.
Thank you. On that note, can we please have our next winner, please?
Next up is a visionary innovator using technology to improve lives and inspire change. And the award goes to Swati Sivaraman, CEO and Principal Architect, Storyboard Design.
Ladies and gentlemen, Swati Sivaraman, CEO and Principal Architect, Storyboard Design it is. Can we please have Swati joining us over here?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Realty Plus, with this award. Indeed, 40 under 40 is quite prestigious for me to receive it at this age. And I think, this is what kind of assures us that we are on the right path. Our hard work is paying off. And at the same time, it inspires us to, better ourselves and achieve more and more, and do a bit more hard work. And I'd like to thank my team, without whom I don't think this is possible, my partner and family, of course. Without their support, this is not possible. And most importantly, the jurors who took time to review the various profiles. So thank you so much to everyone. And Realty Plus, this is such a beautiful, event for us to get recognized. And it's so nice of you all to inspire us. And so keep inspiring. Thank you so much. And congratulations to all the winners. Thank you.
Realty Plus always at it as a front runner everywhere. And you mentioned about this 40 under 40 at a very young age. I hope by the time you turn 40, you get at least 40 awards over there in display for everybody over there. Congratulations.
Thank you, sir.
On that note, can we please request for our next winner?
Congratulations to our next winner, whose remarkable contributions have set a new standard for excellence. And the award goes to Varun Bagla, Chairman and Managing Director, Salty Group.
Ladies and gentlemen, Varun Bagla, Chairman and Managing Director, Salty Group it is. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here, but then we can definitely extend our heartfelt congratulations to him for this prestigious win. On that note, can we please request for our next winner?
Making its mark on the prestigious Realty Plus 40 under 40 list is our next personality. And the award goes to Virendra Sood, Chief Marketing Officer, Mantri Developers.
Heartfelt congratulations to Virendra Sood, Chief Marketing Officer, Mantri Developers. Unfortunately, he's not joining us over here, but then we can definitely appreciate the good work that he has done. Congratulations, Mr. Virendra. On that note, can we please request for our next winner?
Empowering innovation and reshaping skylines, our real estate young leader inspires for generations to come. And the award goes to Yash Shah, Founder and Director, The Address.
Ladies and gentlemen, Yash Shah it is. Can we please have Yash Shah over here joining us? I believe he's not joining us over here, so we'll quickly move on to the next award, please.
Next, we have a young leader whose journey is defined by entrepreneurial instinct and a commitment to transformative change in the industry. And the award goes to Yasha Saraf, co-founder, Aris Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited.
Congratulations. Congratulations to Yasha Saraf, co-founder, Aris Uniturn RE Solutions Private Limited. Unfortunately, it's a busy day. It's a working day. So unfortunately, she's not able to be with us over here due to her busy commitment. But then, of course, the award goes to her anyway for all the good work that she has done. So congratulations to her. And with that, ladies and gentlemen, the 40 under 40 awards, we have already put forward 40 names from our end. But then it's very important that we thank all of you from the bottom of our hearts for actually being with us over here. So a hearty congratulations to all the winners for the evening. But before we conclude the awards, ladies and gentlemen, it's very important that we also, kind of take few names who have also been equally good. They've been brilliant. They have shown remarkable spirit for their work, and they definitely deserve a special mention over here. So, ladies and gentlemen, let's give a big round of applause to these young leaders whom I call out, and I call out the names. Ankit Aditya Pradhan, CEO, Realty Assistant Private Limited. We have Pawan Kumar, co-founder and CEO, White Lotus Group. Piyush Beriwal, Managing Director, Jai Vinay Group. Sri Harsha BR, Head of Sales and Marketing, Elegant Builders and Developers. Vikram Rajput, Head of IR, PR and MMR, Business Development, Arvind Smart Spaces. Ladies and gentlemen, huge congratulations to all of them. Please flash your mics. They deserve equal amount of zeal and enthusiasm for the great work that they have done. We are delighted to acknowledge their impressive work over here, and I wish them all the best for everything that they do in the near future. With that, ladies and gentlemen, we conclude the spectacular Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Excellence Awards 2024. But may I please now request all the winners for that very moment that we all have been waiting for, the group photo moment. So I request everybody to kindly please switch on their cameras so that we can have the group photo captured to ensure that this moment is memorable and etched in our memories forever and ever. So can I please request all the winners over here to kindly switch on their cameras so that we can have the group photo done from our end. Are we going ahead with the group photo?
Can you just put on the video for me? I think there's some setting.
Yeah, same with me. Yeah.
I request the console to kindly take note of the queries that have been coming from our winners and kindly address the same and update me once the group photo is done. Till then, you all can be cheese. I know it's very, very interesting. We all are reminded of our school photographs, right? The class photographs that we all used to have. See, this very reference brings a smile on a lot of faces. That is how we exactly want it. We are just doing it virtually. And all of you are toppers over here in your respective classes. The class of real estate, you all are toppers in that space. We're celebrating your legacy and the excellence that you have provided from your end virtually. So can we please have all of you over here smiling, excited in the best way possible, because we want this photo to be a legendary one. I'll request Mr. Sagar to kindly update me once the group photo is done. Till then, please continue to hold your poise, excitement, smile. We are loving that. Trust me when I say this, I'm loving. I can see everybody over here. None of you can probably see me, but I can see everybody and all the smiling faces over here. And I love every bit of it.
Subhajit, it's done. Thank you very
It's
much,
done?
everybody.
Okay, thank you so much. And I believe everybody who has been smiling and been patient here, thank you so much to all the winners. Your dedication and outstanding performance has truly made the industry proud. Until the time you continue to make the industry proud, Realty Plus will continue to honor in the best way possible, because Realty Plus is definitely the front runner when it comes to honoring excellence in the real estate space. Thank you so much to everybody who's joined us over here. Congratulations to everybody who even couldn't join us over here. But nonetheless, that's it, ladies and gentlemen, from our end, from the 4th Realty Plus 40 Under 40 Excellence Awards 2024. Like I believe, talent, hard work, and dedication are always the driving forces behind the success. And I definitely congratulate all our winners. May your endeavors fuel positive growth in the Indian real estate landscape. And like I said, somebody was talking about the future of real estate landscape in one of the earlier panel discussions. The future is safe, the future is sorted, because the future is in the right hands, because the future is in your hands. Congratulations. Please don't forget to tag all of us in your lovely winning shots. We're looking forward to all those Insta stories and tweets and everything from your end. I can repeat it for all of you. You can find us on Facebook and Twitter as RP Reality Plus and on Instagram as RP_Reality. Thank you so much. God bless. This is your host, Shubhajit, signing off. I'll see you all very soon once again. Thank you so much. God bless. Take care, stay safe, and thank you.